It's gonna be time for some oxygen not included. So of course, mic check, 1, 2. Two legit city on the mic. We are in. Back in the All the Geysers run. We are on the second planet handling the magma business with a drain. Hopefully we'll get the sulfur set up today. And then we're going to continue on taming the other geysers. I think we're going to tackle the meteor last. We'll do some other stuff before that on the first planet. But yeah, this is going to be the run where we tame every geyser and use the resources that's being produced the best as we can. So the best we could do is realistically, you know, just consume everything. For the most part, I think everything's going pretty well. There's some minor things that would be done a little bit better. But I feel like it's more so that, you know, we just got to get the balance in. All right. Steel 2 is in. We need to let this run because otherwise we're not keeping up with the carbon skimmer. Good news is that we will eventually be able to actually damn, my iron, it should be fine. These are made out of gold too. We should eventually get enough CO2 for these guys inside the room. We just gotta let this run for a while. We have a lot of wood, so it seems fine. We're vacuuming out of this room for the pepper nuts. We are dealing with the magma. It's looking kind of nice. So we're just doing the magma drain setup. And that's a temporary setup, by the way. And the base is looking not bad. Couple of H2 bubbles from the early game slugs. Top is vac-ed. Gas is contained in a lot of the rooms. There's some rooms that we still gotta kind of clean up though. Get the water there, clean up the gas here, pop the pea dirt, do some sweeping. Otherwise, we're doing really well on this setup. We're just gonna let the dupes kind of do their thing. The water is good. We're pumping it out. We're moving said water to the storage here. We have another storage here, so we're not gonna really run out of water. Dormancy 48, so we're just gonna get some water ready for the pepper nuts. And then we are gonna be chilling. I am thinking about heating this up somehow. We might just take some of the hot CO2 and run a line out this way and just dump it out. And then that could be what we use to warm up the room. And then once we get the hot water in, it's just gonna keep it warm. So I want to say it's pretty good. Gonna let the dupes kind of work on this area. We do also want to do this. Get into the section. Might as well. This is gonna be tamed, we'll use it for something. This is gonna be your pinch of pepper nuts. Should be good. We have a copper volcano over there. Food is being supplied by the first planet. We don't have meteors anymore. I do probably want to clean up some of the gas here. All right, so they got some jobs to do. They're handling it. Let's go back to the first planet. Calorie just keeps going up. Can't be mad about that. Bees are sleeping. They're eating the CO2, dormant. Gold is set, so we don't need to worry about this anymore. This is idle because this is not running out the gold. We don't have a chute yet. I am thinking about running the chute to another room so we don't have to go down here all the time. Probably something I should do with this as well. I could probably combine both those lines and have it be a little bit better. Yeah, either way, we got to take care of the water at the bottom. I kind of want to clean up the oil biome. There is going to be spores there. There's some heat there that we got to dump and go against. But all in all, it's been cooling down. There's still a hot spot right here, and we're cooling out some of the other spots still. Yeah, 97 over here. A lot of stuff. All right, so I think we will start digging out the biome. Gonna go through everything that's hot. Try to do the best we can. Gonna dig through the top. We want to do this safely, so we're just gonna do stuff that we know is not gonna bop anything. Dig out the stuff that we need to. Okay, leave that alone. Leave that to do its thing. Bop that tile. So we want to clear top first. We'll probably want to keep this here. Maybe even put like a Wheezewort right here, so that we could have like a germ-free entrance with the radiation shielding us. Maybe redo some of the gas stuff here as well. Wouldn't be bad. A little bit of H2. I don't think we're really going to worry about that. Okay, so hydrogen. I want to get all this water cleaned up first. It's really all I really want to do. We are moving out the brine now, though. Any bottled brine is going to get moved down. That should be kind of nice. Blossoms are looking healthy. We're moving water out. Okay, steel is at 37. We got to slowly do this still. Water's at 28 degrees, which kind of sucks. Wait. This got delivered steel? There we go. Alright, so this steel is hot. And we gotta move it out. That's basically all it is. Hot water's hot. Still cooling stuff down. We could try to run some cooling here. Weird setup, but probably, yeah, it's gonna be tough. A lot of weird strats we could do though. Alright, so there's no resources here outside of that. I guess we wouldn't mind getting plastic ladders here. I feel like that kind of makes sense given how we go down here all the time for this. After that, we don't do polluted oxygen too much. We could keep the other line active. The gas here I don't really mind. Minor digging. Okay, so that is going to be this setup. We're going to start digging that. There is Sporkit here, but it's in oil, so we should be safe. This is dripping a little because it's a little hot. It should be fine. And then otherwise, we have a lot of this space right here that we should clean up. I feel like that should be safe. Everything else here should be able to be dug out. I guess we should clear this up as well. Try to dig as much as we can right now. Technically, climb down, just walk across. So these tiles there could be just removed. Yeah, we do want to probably change some of the stuff up, but we'll dig out most of this right now. Let's dig that out. Let's dig this out. Weird ladder. If they get stuck there, they should just fall down. This is not going to be needed. We'll dig through the abyssite. Alright, so we have water here. Just in case we need it. Because we did run out of water. That was really jank. I don't know how that happens. We ran out of water for the gunk, and we started having the weird setup with that. We have pea water inside 9 tons. That's so hilarious. Alveol vera. So much pea water. Okay. CO2 wood burners are fine. Chlorine is good. We should be fine. We're no longer going to overflow into the puffs. I feel like we should just kill these guys. We'll leave in the jawbows. We might want to do something similar there too as well. All right, so our igneous. This is completely eaten. It might be the igneous here that might be a small problem. 33 degrees. And then that might be what's heating up my water. Maybe. All right, so my brine here for the coolant setup is set up to what? 24. Oh, that could be way lower. So brine goes to minus 15. We go to 15 degrees. Minus 22. Brine on brine. So yeah, I could go lower and get a cooler temp. That's gonna make this work a little harder, but it should be fine. Okay. Solidify, it's doing its thing. And we want to get this igneous rock out a little faster. Hey, what the heck? Treble Queen coming in with the rain. Yo, I'm typing in all caps. I got the caps lock on. Feels bad. But yo, welcome in. What's going on, Treble Queen? I see you over there. Thank you so much for the raid. Bring the community over and share with us. How was the stream? How was the Onis? Talk to us about that. How's the stream go? We hanging out. We just got done with a crossword, and now we're just loaded up the colony. And we're doing some maintenance. We're making sure everything is going right. You know how it is. You gotta make sure the dupes don't be duping. So we're doing our best to make sure the dupes live decent lives. Hope they live well. Live long, live well. Otherwise, though, I want to say we're almost done taming all the geysers. We're just doing some maintenance work. There's the volcano and hydrogen and cool, hot polluted oxygen that we're going to want to deal with. After that, everything else I want to say is done. Some maintenance work to kind of scale up. And then one of the last things we're going to do is the meteor. The 4 geysers inside. Wouldn't be too bad. We're on the 2nd planet, doing some taming there. Natty gas just gets burned off and the power gets added into our tower of power. We made a AETN style setup to run a, you know, closed loop waterline cooling system. I just had this here now. You know what? Let's make some wood gens. And then we'll use the AETN for a coolant line so that the gens don't get way too hot. It's working out. I'm using the wood gens too for CO2, and then we're converting the 95C water into polluted water. And then we're going to use that to feed our pinch of pepper nuts. We're going to vacuum this first, though. What's going on, D-Mayor? Welcome in. Hello, hello. Hey, the dino food chain's confusing to me, but I think I got it. Working on the Rexes right now. Dude, the dinos are so good. I feel like the dino DLC made dupe life so much better. So many things I feel like is a lot easier now. We're also draining the magma down here because there's a geyser that we gotta tame right there. Sulfur geyser. So we gotta remove the magma. I didn't want to wait for a geothermal plant to just kind of like extract everything. So we're just gonna bottle up all the magma on the tile. And we made a system to remove magma and keep it in bottled form. You see that, right? Pitcher pump, drop. They can't reach it and just keep looping. Dino food chain, man. The only thing I would say is if you can't get the Rex Dartle setup that everyone initially tries to figure out, I would say don't worry about it. I gave up on that as well. The Dartle stuff, man, was such a pain. God damn, man. I will say that stuff was a pain, dude. And I ended up with a much easier design. I think if I go back on this planet, I have 6,000 feathers. And I have a Treco ranch. Isn't that crazy? This is a bomb lily ranch for more reed fiber. But we still have freaking all the feathers. They've been pooping out brine ice for years. I have even more brine ice. 1.7 tons. 1.7. I have 1.7 tons. God damn. All the tons, boys. What's going on, Kuba? Welcome in. It's hot. You know what we could start doing? We could start taking our brine ice and like temp shift plating this area and let it kind of like cool down. But yo, Treble Queen, thank you so much for the raid. If you gotta take care of stuff post stream, take care of business. I'll try to take care of your folks for you. And of course, if you guys coming in with the Treble Queen raid, my name is Too Legit. We're doing some Oni today. Let me know if I have any questions, like why do I have 500 hatches sitting on a tile? And that's because they're gonna eat molten rock. We have 3 volcanoes, we cooled it down, and then once we get the igneous to 1409, it pops out, and they can eat the spicy igneous immediately because they're in a vacuum. That means that they're all on one tile, and they're going to be eating all of the igneous we produce because that's part of the challenge. It's hot, yeah, man. It'd be like that sometimes. But yeah, otherwise, we're going to be doing our best to tame geysers and then consume the resources that's produced by it. So the metal volcanoes, we have like 5 of them, gets fed to these guys, the slugs. And then we just burn off the gens. No smart battery. Same thing with the natty gas. Pump the gas, run the gen, and then boop, resource deleted. So that's going to be our run. Let me know if you have any questions, though. Appreciate the lurks, Treble Queen. Thank you, thank you. Alright, so we was looking at the rate over here. Ooh, this went down fast. Wow. 11:15. And then we're doing a check at 1:30. This is hot though, 175. Alright, I want to see what the ending temperature is going to be, because that might dictate whether or not we want to keep cooling this area. My blossoms need to grow. It's a little bit on the warm side because of the lighting as well. Pea water for this is probably okay. We have a lot of pea water on the inside. We just want to make sure that this loop is fine. This is active, right? It's going to be active for another 60 cycles. Okay. So hopefully we have enough storage to actually just hold all the pea water. We'll have to double check on that in a little bit. Batteries should be okay. We do have the hot ethanol in here. Oh, it's cooled down. Okay, nice. Let's mop this up. We have a weird standing lock. Alright, so we're back down to here. I want to do some trimming. And then we're going to have to uproot the sporket over there. Alright, we got this done without getting stuck. It's pretty good. We do want to bop the sporket germs, just because I feel like it's better that we do. This gold's chilling. We can start running that, but we don't really need the gold yet. We'll run that out later. It's technically being counted because it's in reach of the sweeper. We just gotta start loading it out. These are chilling. These guys are good. We got the plastic ladder upgraded. Nice. Building melted. That was the ice temperature plate. Nothing to worry. A little bit of magma from this. It's looking pretty good. Okay, 130. Water's getting kind of hot here. Alright, we will let this go down. I do want to move out more of the salt water because our storages are kind of low. Okay, looks like we got to keep doing this because the water doesn't want to leave. Yeah, we're gonna have to do this for a while. Alright, so let's rebuild this. Just so that we get more bottled water without having to micro it. Take the ore, always gonna want that. Where am I? There it is. Alright. We're just gonna do this until the, you know, water starts flowing again. Autosave lag. There we go. Alright, we just need the water to be moved out. Sensors are working. We just have a lot of brine. Alright, so this needs to require some emptying. I think we're at a point where the brine temperature is starting to average out. So all of it's going to go into here instead of going into here. Which kind of sucks. I kind of want the water. We need to keep the blossoms growing. And I need to, man, I think the problem is this. I want to move out the steel so we can keep making bots for the build. This is, oh wow. We have a lot of magma. We gotta keep this going, dude. How did this stack up? This was working so well for so long. 69, looking good. Temperature is good. We do have some bottles there. Hopefully that's not going to be a problem. Feels bad, man. Alright, so the big thing is... Can we do some jank temperature resetting? Alright, so we're running the temp shift plate with the hot steel. Priority 1, okay. We will allow dupes through because they will have suits. And then we're just gonna leave the steel on the floor so they're not sweeping steel inside. I don't think we have anything that needs steel, so they shouldn't be pulling it out. And then, oh, my man. Narcoleptic nap. Always sleeping, dude. Alright, he's building it. Alright, we're doing a weird strat here. We're running steel temperature plates. The logic is going to be simple. Temperature plates reset. And the biobots can deconstruct. All of that steel is going to fall down. And it's going to be, we're just gonna make it easy for ourselves. It's gonna reset the temperature. Oh no. Oh no, bro. Background buildings. Wrong tab. Can we get some help? No, hot steel. Save my mans. Alright, so all that stuff, we get to move out. 45-degree steel. We just go through a couple tons. Kind of nice. We will eventually want to use this somewhat automated, but it's like, I need my water to be cool. This is trying, it really is. The water just dumps a lot of energy into it. Alright, so let's move out the stuff. As a result, I guess we could just run another set of steel. The stuff that's being allocated to the move should not be used as supply, so we were able to go through the build a little bit better. And then we just gotta hope the dupes don't be duping. Kind of cheese, but I feel like it should be okay. Picking up some obsidian. Makes me wonder if I should make a separate steam box just for the steel. Because, like, I don't know what else I would do. That steel kind of suck. It do the suck, man. Alright, we'll let him do the thing. Weird set. Oxygen is now being distributed here, so we should be okay. We're redoing some of the gas lines. I believe this bottom line is going to be dead. So we want the vent line there, and then the left side suits. Then we want this middle line to start being of use. Okay. This bottom line that we were using earlier is now going out here, which is fine. So that means everything here is gone. The other line goes into the 2 suit lines, which is going to be high usage. And then we're distributing internally. I probably wouldn't mind vents here off of that same line. Same thing on this side. I wouldn't mind some vents there. But we have the vents up top, vents at the bottom. Yeah, it works with the rusty oxidizer. It's a cool thing. The only thing that sucks is that you had to put a sweeper inside. Because you need to add salt to the rusty oxidizer. And you want to prevent your dudes from going in and breathing, right? But it really depends. You could technically be okay with that and have the chlorine up top. And then they won't breathe. No, they could still breathe and mess up the build, though. That's a crazy thing. Alright, this is good. Make sure nothing's inside the tiles. Pop these. Dig that. Got the ladder there. Got the build looking good. Magma pumpage. So it looks like my dupes here are idle now. Alright, so we could start moving out the ugly items. Start sweeping it. Still waiting on the vac. It's taking a while just because it's like a bad layout. Realistically, really bad layout for the gas flow. We got a sneaky little path for that. It's pretty good. And now that this is ready, and we're not wearing suits, right, on the inside? Yeah. It's delivered 2 suits here. We're going to start leaving this way, allow the door to be open, and start dealing with this area. I'm probably okay to seal this up now so that we could do our strat. We're basically locked in now. Some gas cleanup that I wouldn't mind doing. Otherwise, though, it's going pretty well. We have a water bottle service. We're doing a 50-50 there because realistically, this is going to be enough water to be dedicated on this. And we want to see how much we're actually going to have to store in order for this to be okay. Now, we have 4 here, and this is only 3,000, which is fine. It's just that when it's producing, it produces double that what we consume. So we would store 4 kgs a second for the producing part, and then hopefully we have enough storage space to keep the build rolling. All else fails, we might have to vacuum this room and add it as part of the liquid storage. That'd be the one thing we may have to do. But for now, we'll see. Since my dupes haven't really... No, we kind of have this ready. It's just not plugged in. Okay. Let's get that plugged in. Oxygen's now going to be included. Let's get a suit dock here. Checkpoint. So you go up, you're going to have suits. Leaving the base, you're going to have suits on. If you're going to go to the top. We are doing the sludge press, but we don't really need to do this. And any pea water we will be moving. There is some pea water here, but it's negative, so I'm a little worried. It's from the ice, so, you know, we don't want to move that yet. A little bit of pea water here and pea water there. Okay, let's get the bonbon. Back on this side, we should be chilling. There's not much we really need to do. We're just pulling up coal and delivering it to the loader so the gens are rolling. The wood is automatically being brought here from my Phlox farm. So they're chilling. Alright, that idea to kind of add water here, I feel like wouldn't be bad. And we could start doing it. So we can go up to the top. Okay. Let's grab the Mafic. They could reach. Okay, nice. So we're safe. We're not really worried about the surface. We do want to start cooling this down, though, so that when my dupes accidentally start pulling items from this area for building sake, it's going to be cooled down slightly. Okay, so this got done. Background buildings and not buildings. Okay, 4.8 tons hot steel. Nice. All right, so that actually allows me to not need this box here as much. I'm thinking, though, we could run something where we have the loader here and run the rail into the insulated tile. And then have that feed into like a cooling box dedicated for the steel. Because I don't want to keep doing this. This will save up a lot of time, though, I will say. Because now we have 5.2 tons of steel right there. Come on, bot, start supplying. They could pick up the hot steel and then resupply. That's kind of nice. Cool stuff. Pick up the hot steel and use it. Thank you. There's no hot steel on the inside? That's fine. Then it's just that. And this fills up again. God damn, yeah, a lot of hot water. That's fine. Plants are dying. I mean, they're not dying. Just taking some time, do their thing. Oxygen at 4 kgs. That's fine though. Alright, so this area, doing a little bit of trim. Jump down from the bottom. Doing that still, we're at the spore kit. We're gonna want some ladders here. Actually, we probably don't. No, we do. We gotta dig that tile. A little bit of autosave lag. I wanted the pea water for something. We freed a mosquito. He's gotta go. No mosquitoes, man. Those things, not the business. Alright, dig everything that's not normally there. Trim all that. Dig. We dig everything here. Okay, didn't get those two. A little unfortunate. We could do this ladder, do the other two stuff. A little bit of cleanup down below. Alright, we're not gonna run this gas setup anymore, so we're just gonna remove this. Gas res, canister filler, boop boop. This is because there's a spore kit there. I'm a little worried. We gotta do that weird dig. Spore gets down here. Still kinda hot. Okay. Let's remove this pump. Remove the liquids. Little bit of pea water here. Unfortunate. Looks like we can't reach that. Feels bad. Put the ladder there so that we can. Weird pocket here with the heat. We probably just leave that alone. You can do that from the bottom. You dig all of this from the bottom. Hopefully no one gets stuck on the obsidian. Okay. 400 degrees, so a lot of this is hot. I wanted to see the temperature of the items coming out. Looks like it's cooling down though. This is below 30. And we kind of want that, right? Temperature range. Ethanol in case we need it. And then we got to rebuild the brine res because we want to pick up all the bottled brine and just have a bottle of water there instead. Should be good. Alright, how is that weird ladder? It's almost done. Wow. Okay. Oxygen, steam. That's such a weird setup. Oops. Wanna probably just go through to the bottom if we can. Nothing here should melt. And then we'll start building out some temp shift plates. Probably makes sense to do that. And get a couple of starter plates here. And then once we get to the bottom, we'll get some more. Alright, back to the side. Suits are in. Let's allow, and the dupes open the door. Let's allow this open. Let's allow that to open. So now they can start sweeping, go outside. We can start dealing with this area. This is technically interior still because I want to pump up all this water first. We'll eventually want to seal this up though. Like, we'll probably just start building the tiles out where we want them to be. We'll just mop up the water as we need to. Gas gets pumped down. I need to get an artist here. 10 dupes, 9 dupes, 10 beds. grams, milligrams. It's taking some time. Water's waiting for volume. This is still pumpable. All right, we could pop this. Once this runs out, we're gonna have to lower it. Okay, so a part of me is wondering, should I just put a wall here so that I don't have to think about it? All right, let's do that, dig this, and let more magma spill. That way it's a little bit of a safer passage. This guy is trying to ruin my day. Sweeping out all that stuff still too. I want to watch this in case my dupe gets hurt, and then we make sure, you know, we hit the beds. We never got the banquet hall because we didn't get an ornament. Feels bad. And then we have the magma down here. We can start dipping. Oh, you didn't build? Freya's smart. So let someone else do the job. She's just going to set him up for failure. Then one of these days, they're going to go in and build it. And she won't be getting burnt. The only thing is that there's a lot of magma here. I wonder if it's going to start giving us pressure damage. In which case, this is impenetrable. This is too thick, impenetrable. So it's like, that's not going to do any damage. It might, but I'm still a little worried by the overpressure here. So I don't want to open it until it's dormant. Damn, 3K. Any cracks right now might be a bad time. That can't crack, so that line right there is just part of the animation. Neutronium's impenetrable, which means that can't crack. Okay, this means we dig up the top. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe the pressure damage is gonna bot my tiles right here. It is made out of obsidian. It's just thickness is a real stat. All right, man. Would you let him pump up? That's all we could really do right now. Realistically, I don't need a full clear this. But I do want the space, right? So let's go with the idea that we're going to build ladders here, clear this, and then we're going to want to do a dig. Because we will need the space. I probably do want to drain this. Not because it's going to hurt us, but because I just kind of want to have a clean area. And then I'm going to consider digging out the obsidian. The abyssalite. Just because it's red. Can't trust it, man. Can't trust it. Alright, we'll let them work on that. They should be fine. Dig in, doing the jobs. No water spillage. Let's go. I should be able to do this diagonally. And then not really have to worry too much. Same thing here. If I can, I would want to try to build this as well. We will want to do that seal eventually. This is probably going to be our first project. I just want to move the water out first. I probably don't need to dump the water there. Can I mop up the pea water? It's too much liquid. 239, 240, and 30 grams. Okay. So here. I just want to be able to get into the water. Build out the tiles. All right, so going out this way. I guess we bought the sand. Free my grubs and sweetles. And we're going to want to go out this way. If a grub falls, we will not try to do any sulfur digging. I don't want to have them eating yet. If they don't fall, we're going to start clearing out this biome. Okay, I do want to do the mops on the tiles that we can, the moment we can. And then I want to see if this spills. It should spill over. That should make it easier to mop too. Building melted. Oh, we finally got here. Nice. Alright, so we're effectively just having the temp shift plate fly up and evaporate. It's funny, this right here might be a problem because it's cold. Let's run insulated tiles here. And then it's really just the abyssalite. That also gives my dupe something to do. I'm not really too worried about that. These guys are chilling over here. Maybe some sweeping wouldn't be bad. Oh, well, man is free. Bring him to the base. He joins the rest of them in the gulag. Hot tub, we probably just bought. We're not going to use that. And they got some random wires. Yo, man, that lag. Okay. 25, once that's a little bit of it spilled, and let's go. I wonder if that's actually going to do anything for us. Oh, more keeps spilling. Ooh, there's some sort of spill science here. And then this is all chlorine. All right, we're going to not mop that drop. It's saving our life right now. Because I want to be able to go into here without worrying about it. This is dirt, so we can dig underneath and build a tile. We don't really need to do that. We just build from the left side. Nice. Alright, good stuff, good stuff. This is pretty good. I don't know what's causing this to do a weird spill, where it's like 20 kilograms spills off every time. And it's very specific, man. It's kind of weird. I'll take it, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go with 8, just because we can. They're picking up the pea water as expected. Alright, the guy got wrangled. Let's start moving this out. I'm gonna be able to go down. I do want to bop this door because it's giving us a status notification. That kind of sucks. Okay, we're still working on that. Ladders are in though. No one got hurt. Still pumping in the magmas. Alright, we're gonna make them work on some other stuff right now. I think we're gonna try to do this cool steam vent. I feel that's gonna be a good idea. Get the tile built. Alright, let's get the full seal. We shouldn't need to go out here anymore. My man, you better not lock yourself out. My man. What? Why do you want to stand on that side? Alright, man, you are not the man for the job. Can someone else do this? He keeps trying to lock himself out. That's so jank. He really just wanted to be on this tile. I don't know why. Well, it is what it is. Should be good. I'm not too worried. This door should be fine there. It does look kind of jank. Stormorph welcome and good old dupes. Yeah, man. Dupes be duping, dude. They really do be duping sometimes, if not every time. P dirt, sending it back. Nice, nice. Alright, so moppage should be safe. We are gonna do a dig here. We're just gonna ladder up down this way. This side should be safe now. We can dig that. We're gonna eventually want to seal this up though. Alright, we're gonna ladder down to get that cleared up. Still doing its thing on that side. I just realized this is obsidian ladder. They might be pulling out hot obsidian. I don't want that. I'm just gonna run sand. Just want to make sure they're not pulling out hot obsidian from this room. That would kind of suck. Back to the first planet. Building our temp shift plates. Letting all of that energy evaporate. P water pumpage. Still waiting for a vacuum. We don't really need the vacuum. I just feel like it's kind of nice. I was gonna say, why aren't we sweeping that? Clean that up a little bit. We're not really doing anything with the meat. I guess we could send it back. Cool, cool. Let's dig that, do the thing. What's going on, Andy? Welcome in. Rusty, good morning. Technical question. I tamed the Iron Volcano. I connect my conveyor belt. I couldn't make it work with a shutoff. I had to use 2 bridge. Why? Oh, okay. So that's because of pipeline mechanics. When you have a pipeline, in your case, you're using conveyor. This pipeline doesn't have a directional flow. This pipeline still doesn't have directional flow. There's only a start. I mean, there's only an end, no start. So what that means is you gotta run the belt loop like this, and then you overflow out. And then after that, you have to run it out into a chute. So technically, with this setup, this green is your starting point, and then it goes into an end, and then an end. If you add in another starting point, whether it's a bridge, a new shutoff, right, that's gonna bop it. However, if you do it so that it's like this, this bridge creates a new starting point, and you could run another feed into if you want, and it combines it. Now, that's basically the reasoning why. It's pipeline mechanics. That being said, I will say that just because I don't need a bridge does not mean it's better. It's technically worse, if anything. Having the bridge means that you're also running it so that if you have power failure, meaning that you don't have enough power, what happens is the hot metal just leaves the build, and that's bad. So in this case, I want to have a bridge because if this runs out of power, all the hot metal leaves immediately. A lot of times that's going to be a recipe for disaster, all for the sake of not having to build a bridge. I don't know if that's worth it. But basically, the answer is pipeline mechanics. Alright, let's remove the steel. $40 degrees. Water's cooling down. I guess it's working. 40, 44, 44, pretty good. We gotta bop this again. Damn, look at this. What is this animation? Does that normally do that? Damn, what's this animation right there? Alright, we'll let them do their thing. Bottom of the map. Still digging. We're gonna start building this out to just bop the seeds and bop the germs. This is chilling. We don't really want to do too much on this side yet. Trimming out that side. Okay, so we could dig that. There's no impact there. Digging this would be the same thing. Water spills, but that's not a big deal. Still a hop, step, and a jump. Everything here is safe. A lot of polluted oxygen. Alright, now we get to do that. Should be good. $270 kgs. We still have water storage. 56 cycles. I feel like I don't have enough water stored, man. I feel like we're gonna need so much more storage because we have more than half. Actually, we have 9 right there. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're almost halfway filled, and we have, dude, 56 cycles. That's more than half. I greet you from the land covered in snow. How goes the day, friend? What's going on, Slayer? Thank you so much for the long time support. 52 months. I see you over there. Yo, man, stay warm over there. How goes the day? We doing all right? Actually, I'm gonna look for Mamba. I want to see what he's doing right now. Now that you said hello, Slayer, I will say, I was like, oh yeah, day's going pretty good. I'm gonna check up on Mamba. I turned around. He's not in his beanbag. So I do want to check out what he's doing. But otherwise, it's Monday. February's gone by pretty fast. And I'm not gonna lie, man. It's going all right. I'm hoping for this to be a great year. You know how it is, man. We've been, all of us, not just me, have been waiting for the good times to roll. So we're hoping, man, this year it's gonna stand out. Hopefully. Nonetheless, though, appreciate you for tuning in. Hope you're staying warm out there. We had some cold weather recently, and I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of nice, man. I kind of want more of that. So, yo, man, give me some of that snow. Wouldn't be mad. Oh, I see a Slayer. Tax time. That's true. Taxes this year, though. It's one of those things. There's so much, like, I'm not want to do this. No, I don't want to do that. Tax season, man. Everyone dreads it. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. But yeah, otherwise we're doing all right. Colonies coming together. We're doing some changes for the colonies. And I think we're going to be doing a cool Steam vet soon. I do want to deal with this sulfur geyser, but, you know, this magma is kind of in the way. I guess I wouldn't mind deconning this. They could still pick up the bottles to move inside. You know what? We could just hard move the magma. And I think that's fine. Because I honestly want to move this a little bit lower. But yo, man. 52 months, man. My man. With the long time support. Do the bottles retain the heat? They do. The only thing is that you get to stack them on a single tile in said bottled form. And I have all the magma in the core right now. Max stack is 25 tons, right? So all this magma here is in this bottle stack. So this is just our way of draining the magma without having to deal with it. That's really what that is. That way we have an easier time taming this sulfur geyser. Or, well, easier, faster setup. Instead of waiting years and years and years and years. We gotta do it for the speed, man. Alright, we're gonna probably do something with the cool steam vent. It is dormant. Let's do something like that so that we could start analyzing this and seeing what we got. And then we could decide whether or not we want to deal with this now or later. There is fish. We have a wall, though. We should be fine. I guess I do want to go in and build that if we can. Damn it, obsidian ladders. So I have to make sure they're not pulling obsidian from this room. That's the one thing that could be kind of scary. Alright, bump this to a 9 so if someone starts analyzing. We'll deal with the water later. We have to build the walls right now. Do we have wart seeds here? I think I want to do a wheeze wart setup. 13, okay. Should be alright. Phosphorus. Okay, 52. We're pretty good. I don't think we're gonna need any. Alright, really quick, I need to check a Mamba. Mamba's in the other room, sunbathing. You know, that makes a lot of sense. When it was cold and rainy, there was like no sun, so he was probably just trying to, you know, make up for lost time. Yeah, 19 kgs. Alright, we'll deal with that later. We're gonna want to dig this. We will want to do a ceiling, you know, add in tiles for this. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Oh, come on, you was working. Alright, we're gonna have to wait for this. So we want to use a Wheezewort style system. I don't think that's gonna be a big problem. It's just, how do I want this to work? So gravity, right? Water is gonna fall down. Water has a lot of energy in it. And then I don't want to overcool said water. Now the thing is that what are we gonna do with the water? That's another thing that's kind of jank. What are we gonna do? Hot water. Pinch of pepper nuts and make brackine. Brackine's gonna end up being hot then in that case. Like, what can we do with the water? Curative tablets. Is there a plant that we feed it in? Feed it into the spawn would be hilarious. Cold water. Oh, send it back and send it to the well. Overgrow. Otherwise, yeah, there's not really much we could do with the hot water. It's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate. They want me to just add it into the spawn, huh? Alright, so this is gonna be 50 cycles. Water's trying to be added in. Let's have... We're getting mud randomly and then spitting it. That's fair. Nothing about that's too bad. If anything, we do need to be doing that just to remove polluting the oxygen and having that just casually spawn. how does Brackeen come out? It comes out of, well, the way we'd be doing it would be the plant pulverizer building. I'm assuming the temperature of the contents just pass along to the product, much like a lot of stuff in this game. So that means since we'd be adding in the pinch pepper nuts are going to be around 80 degrees, and then the water here would be around 90 degrees. It's going to be mad hot. So I'm thinking we can't really do the Brackeen on that planet. Maybe on this side it would make sense because we have cold water. Let's move out some steel. But yeah, I would say it's one of those pass-through entity temperatures, so it's kind of dependent on the input, in which case it's going to be hot. At least, that's what I'm thinking. So I don't know if we could really do too much with that. So I am thinking setting water back just to dump at the oil well is probably the most feasible. I kind of just don't want to do that, though. I am thinking, though, the spawn might be the solution. All right. We are going to assume that. So it looks pretty good. We're going to assume that we're going to need this space for water storage. I feel like that is something we will want. I'm also thinking we could just add reservoirs here since we're not going to be going inside. And then have this be a little bit lighter for the radiation shielding. I'm considering it. I wonder if you could do a sour gas setup and just have it exchange heat to the steam, which gets eaten by the steam turbine. Brackeen to sour gas. Is that what you're saying? We would have to get it to 500. So it's like, we could kind of do that, but I don't know if we would want to. Yeah, we wouldn't be above 100. We would not be above 100. I guess we could technically do it, though. It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know if we need to. I also don't think I could do a sour gas spoiler. I don't think that's possible, given our limitations. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be possible. I mean, I guess it is possible. I just wouldn't want to put myself through that. So we're doing a restriction where we can't do rocket launching. So I have no access to supercoolant, which means the only thing I could use to cool down sour gas would likely be hydrogen. Because we got to bring that to negative 150. I have nothing that gets that cold to convert the sour gas to methane and then getting natty gas, right? So it's like I would have to lower it down the best I can with maybe what, ethanol? Hopefully. Don't know if nuclear waste deletes a lot of heat. Nuclear waste solidifies at 27. So I wouldn't be able to do anything with that. Like, I'd be better off with ethanol, getting it to like minus 100. Anyways, I just don't think that's going to be feasible. Like, that's just not going to be something we'll do. Just because it's... just doesn't make sense at all. Okay, so cool steam vent. We could just delete the water with an oil well. Take the water we get, deliver it back here. We do have an empty pipeline. We could consider that. I don't think I would want to, though. Nuclear waste. So a research reactor would not actually use up any of the water. Damn, we have nothing. It's really just... how much is this? This should be not that much, right? Yeah, so 1260. So that's what? 33. Round up 34. 44. I technically, yeah, the best thing would be just feeding it to the oxygen. That would honestly be the best thing we could do. Problem is that even with 100% uptime, we won't be able to. Because it's going to be just more than we could actually consume. So the other solution is what? Expand the spawn. Give this its own spawn dedicated. And then once it is, I mean, yeah, that's really it. I guess we can make another cooling system, cool the water, and do bristles here. That's such a pain, but we could. Outside of that, yeah, water is the worst thing in this game. Because outside of the spawn, you can't really use it for anything. Everything is a temporary use. Research. The toilet is a loop. Allow them to drink water. 1 kilogram per use. They drink once a day. Let's assume that. Dude, allow them to drink water. That's such an idea. What can we grow that they could just drink? Oh, soda fountain. This is 1 kg a second. So I'll have 600 kgs in a day. I wouldn't have... Drink the water and then send the rest into the spawn. Dude. That might actually be it. That actually might be it. I kind of like that idea. Okay. So let's do a weird setup here. Let's do some ladders. I guess we could just do this. Here, here, build that. We're just gonna want to vent into a... Let's do a gas res. That connects into a filler. So we don't have to think about this. Let's run the wire in. Uses up a good amount of material. Let's get the tiles built. Let's move out the items. Surfing doesn't use water because it just spills on the floor and you mop it. So technically not really. I think we're just gonna do water plus soda fountains. These don't loop. Yeah, you get the water back though. 100 kgs. It doesn't actually like properly consume. Oh no, bro. Okay. No one's doing the job. This is now priority 9. Wow. We went from having too many bots to no bots. And that means our pitcher pump might actually melt. Dude, this is not the bit. We have so much steel right here. Yeah, man, we need a bot, dude. Let him go do the job. He's got it, he's got it. Alright, so now that means we don't really worry about that. We could have this come out a little warmer. 23, 25. Moving the steel out, which is fair. And then we're going to be able to do the job here. And then it's going to open. Feels bad. Drops the magma. Alright, so let's do this. 69, 0. We just gotta heat up the room really fast. Nice. Only way to do it, man. Otherwise, my pitcher pump's gonna get bopped. We don't need the little lumlet. Too many critters. I'm lagging. Alright, let's do a 240 here. Let that do its thing. Post some in Discord. Check it out. Sure. Oh yeah, what about the spore kids? I see the spore kids. I have that same setup. Right here. How do I get rid of them? So you have to go from the bottom. First things first, you have to go this way. And then diagonally dig this guy. After you do that, you're going to be able to build tiles here and here. After you do that, this is going to be sealed. You're going to want to come into here and then dig that one and then build tiles there. And then once you do that, once you seal this one, you could actually dig this tile safely because this is going to be gone. And then there's going to be a tile there because this tile is going to be gone. And then you could dig that. Oh, I went from the top before and they just turned into seeds. You shouldn't be able to uproot this from the top. I might be wrong, but that shouldn't be possible. I usually go from the bottom so you could just dig the tile out. Because I don't think you're allowed to actually, right? Uproot from the top. I don't know if that's possible. It just got boxed in one tile, and then it turned into a seed. That's weird. I don't know why that would happen. That's weird interaction. They shouldn't randomly turn into seeds. The only way that's possible is if they're flooded. I believe if you flood a seed, eventually self-uproots. Because the plant dies. But outside of that, yeah, that's not a normal interaction. It should not randomly become a seed. That shouldn't be a thing. So you might have discovered a weird way of uprooting from the top. If you could figure it out how you did it, yo man, you got a new strat. But otherwise, yeah, that's not supposed to work that way. This guy coming in with the magic, man. The stuff that's not supposed to work that way. Coming in with the illegal strats. Yeah, man. Maybe you found a weird exploit, man. Maybe you did. So we got this. We're gonna pop the plastic. I think we're fine. This is not gonna be in the way of anything. Alright, we're just gonna seal this up. Have that start pumping. Please don't get bopped. There we go. Okay. Pumpage. Alright, so we're gonna vacuum this small little room and we're just gonna add more space for reservoirs. Okay, so we're gonna run this, here, 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 here. Cut this. This just goes straight in. And then we're going to remove these pipes. Try to decide, once I clear spaced out, which DLC I should grab next. Frosty Planet looks like it would be interesting. Frosty Planet sucks. Now, that's a personal opinion, 100%. I am not a fan of FPP. Yeah, you know me. Not a fan of the FPP, dude. Frosty Planet Pack was not the business. I would say this DLC, the Prehistoric Dino, is probably my DLC after Spaced Out. In a sense, like, that would be the one I would probably want to do. Oh, this is active? Oh, it's overpressure. Oh my god. This was not supposed to be active. You know what? It's flooded. I can't be mad. Okay, so let's think about design for this. We are just gonna feed this in, and then we're probably gonna take a portion of it. We're gonna take a portion of it and feed it to the dupes. Let them drink some water. The only thing is that I need a way to cool this now. We will have to consider it. Maybe we'll just go with the easy job first. The volcano. Volcanoes are always easy. There's a copper volcano there. We should probably try setting up. Yeah. You get the meteor defense. I feel like that adds more to the game than anything else. The biggest problem for me is that the Frosty Planet pack feels like it doesn't do anything to the game. Because if you don't play on the specific planet, you don't get the story trait, which feels kind of jank. And a lot of the design for everything from Frosty Planet requires the frozen planet, whether it's temperature or resource. And it becomes a thing where if you're not playing on that map, you're getting nothing. Yeah, the DLCs outside of Spaced Out aren't real DLCs though. The devs have came out and said that these are more like updates that were free before, and now we're just paying for it. And, you know, it supports the studio. And because of that, it's on the cheaper side. They, you know, aren't going to body you just because they're greedy, you know? They're not that kind of studio. They don't think it be like it is, though, man. But it do. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like I get it if you want to have a DLC pack to kind of support the devs, but they shouldn't be called DLCs. Like, they usually just call those supporter packs. Call them what they are. Putting a price tag that's higher than the content that's associated with the DLC is kind of gross. Because at some point, if the consensus becomes, oh, you need to get this DLC, otherwise you miss out on too much, it starts becoming a necessary thing, and then like the high price tag at that point is just looks bad. I mean, that's sometimes exactly what the companies want, though. They want you to pay that high price tag. And that's exactly why they do what they do. Alright, this is looking pretty good. We do have the cold brine here. Okay. I might just use the cold brine to cool down the steam vent. I feel like that would work pretty well. Brine doesn't really get used for anything else. So now we have cold water. What can we do with said cold water? This is another thing. This is a 1.6 perpetual. We could use this to counteract this because we have more mass, even in the long run. Which means we could effectively condense all of this and pump it out. And then it becomes a thing of, what do we do with said water? You know what's actually kind of funny / crazy? Oh no, bro, we're out of power here. No, the skimmers worked a little bit too hard. Ooh, 27 kgs. Oh, we're out of wood. No way, dude. We're out of wood. That's why the build stopped running. Oh my god. Yeah, we have wood here. Let's go. Dude. Alright, we have 500 tons here. We're fine. It looks like we might need to start pulling the wood from here over. I mean, might as well. We'll just let the dupes do it. It should be fine. Damn. Wood game strong. Be like that sometimes. Alright, we could stand down here and be able to do all that stuff. A lot of water we'll have to deal with at some point. Oops. Okay, we're gonna try to bop out those germs. This is done. There is a sporket up here, but, you know, no germs. Okay, we're gonna be sweeping wood, moving wood. We'll have to do that again soon. Get some wood over here. Feed them. Give them trees, is what you're saying. I mean, we could. I guess we could do something like that, yeah. How would we want to do this? I mean, I guess I kind of see a plan already to make it work. For now, we'll deliver wood. We'll eventually become self-sufficient. I guess that kind of works. Okay, so my dupe's on the second planet. No one... Oh, it's just Nikola. Nikola does not have dig skill, apparently. There it is. And then now he'll start digging everything that's been waiting for him to dig. Okay. So we will tame this copper volcano. I mean, the build would be up here, and we wouldn't really worry too much, so maybe we don't need to do this now. Because we know where the build's gonna be. And we'll probably just build next to it. The cooling box, aqua tuner setup. Because we'll probably use the same room. It's copper. It's not gonna be that hot. Also, probably run a 2 turbine setup. Let's run the mealwood. Okay, we'll be able to get some space to clear. Build a ladder. It's gonna go inside to dig out some of the obsidians. Still doing some sweeping. CO2's in mass. Let's bop up the lumber to a 7. Still vacuuming. Okay. So I think I will go with the overkill design. And then I feel like it makes sense to yeah. Do the pump on the right side. So that means we end up with this setup. Pump over here, sensor on this side. Let's get that insulated. We don't want to do that. And the funny thing is, this is going to be good setup for the, dude, that's crazy. So go this way. Let's dig this open. We're going to create a water spill on this side to collect all the water. So let's do 4x4s. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Try to dig that. Dig that. Dig this. This is built. We can remove this now. I don't think it's going to change too much. Because I want to get this, dig that out, dig this, get a tile there. This is going to be a weird wall setup. That probably means I want to pull this out here. So, weird wall. This is going to be... weird wall, 1, 2, 3, so we don't need this tile. The 4x4 is probably good. Oh, we do need that tile because we need to go up. Who? Starvation. Do we have no food here? Whoa, this is not right. We have no food here. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Where is my... Here we go. Again. No plastic, no wood. No cobalt. No pepper nuts. Allow manual use. It's just gonna be that. All right, cool. Let's get more wood over here because we will want it. Okay, let them rock. We need more cold water, man. This is cooling down. I think the idea we had makes so much more sense. Just run that out. Run this closer to 25. And then this is trying to be cold. So this is brine with brine. We could go as like cold as 0, but I feel like when there's no water, it's gonna be a bad time. Hey man, we doing the pemmican? People are dying, dude. Can we send some food? We have like 50 million K-cows. There we go. Food's gonna be on the way. It's popping in, it's popping in. Getting the good food. Let's go. Calories are back, boys. Pemmican's back on the menu. Alright, so the big thing here is we will want to sweep everything, so let's just move everything out for now, so it's faster. Still working on the dig. He's taking some time. Okay, here it's some digging we gotta do. Let everything spill out. We will eventually want to use this space. I think that means we do another wood burner setup. Ironically. Dude, no one's moving in the wood. We need the wood so badly. Oh man, priorities. Can we do a P9 over a P5 with the sweeping? This is priority 4. I hate how they're doing that job over something like, there it is. Okay, we're getting our wood. Alright, let them sweep, let them do their thing. Dupe's gonna be duping. Okay. Empty pipe. So we're gonna have a lot of space here that we're gonna end up not using for anything. I guess we should use it for cold water storage. Feels like we will want that to store up the cold brine. Okay. Feels like it makes sense. And then we'll just do 3 layers across. Have this be a walking space, from what I could tell. Wouldn't be too bad to start digging this through. Ooh, I got dug out. Let's go. Alright, we could spill out the magma here. I think that's going to be fair. I don't think it's going to be too bad. Maybe we'll stop with those 2. Okay, back to the first planet. Setting over the food, we should be at, yeah, 5 mil, so we're good here now. We don't need to send pemmican every time it's made anymore. No more manual use. Send more wood. Alright, they're pulling from it, can't be mad. Let's just send that wood and should be fine. Trim all that. Alright, bots are in. Temperature is a little low. We're gonna go with the 220. Lower the amount of open time so we go through more magma. Water is going to be coming in at 97. Comes out at 35 single pass. That's really nice. And then 27. That initial pass dumps a lot of heat. Yeah, we need it. Like, we have this. This is technically not complete because I have way too much water all the time. And this is always empty. Like, we need help. We should run a 2-stage process. We probably could. How would we want to do this, though? The bags. Sure. Let's relocate Pips into this room. The start of the arbor farm. Alright, sweeping's gonna take some time. Same thing with the goldfish. Okay, those digs got done pretty good. Still moving out the magma. Okay, this is getting ready. We could build this from underneath, which is kind of nice. Let's trim this all the way. I think we're going to have a little hallway here, 2x, and we're going to have run speed bonus if we want to go to the right side. I don't think we ever will have to do that too often. Having access is kind of nice, though. Alright, so we need the gens to be producing 9.6. CO2 is plentiful right now. Okay, so Arbor Tree Farm. I guess we'll do it. We're gonna run through this area because the Arbor Tree Farm is gonna be here. We're gonna have to dig through a lot of this space. We're gonna start digging out, creating pocket space, start making it easier on ourselves. Once the plant's gone, gonna want to dig as much as we can. Alright, I'm not really too worried about that because we have storage still. And even then, I think this is gonna be fine. Just a little bit of cold space. The entire room's in milligrams now. That's a great sign. No more grams. Still feels like it might take a while though. Trim that. Autosave lag. I clicked dig. We didn't set ourselves up for failure, no. Cool. All right. Added in a lot of steam into here. Look pretty good. We're just gonna start cleaning out this area. Start dumping ice into here. Okay, we do want to keep digging. Let's go. Nicola, stop thinking and just dig. We need you to dig, my man. Dig and dig well. Aw, you gave up, huh? So, still cleaning out this room. We're waiting for this to be dormant in 60 cycles. We could build around it, though. And we could get ready the arbitrary farm that we're going to want. This is also going to be a weird area. But I think it's going to make sense once we get it done. Still draining out the area. It's taking some time. Oh, this is done. Alright, so we could dig that, dig this. I do want to seal up the bottom to get it started. And we have a ladder here right now, so I might as well get it done. Climb down, right? And then we could remove the ladder. We will want to vac this room, so we'll get a liquid lock going in from a direction. I don't know where yet. Probably on the right side. We have space over there right now. That being said, too, digging this probably makes sense. Gotta keep digging. Alright, so we're gonna do a arbitrary farm on this side. Then we move the pips. That got dug out. Let's go. Pip, pip, pip. Pip egg. Down here. Nice. Alright, so the pips are going to be in the meal hall. They won't be able to break out. That should be cool. They'll be able to chill. Arbor 0. Arbor acorn. Let's put 25 seeds. Stick that through. Alright, we're gonna stop this because it looks like sweeping that's taking up a lot of labor. Even though it's low priority, I want them working on other stuff. I didn't realize how much I was relying on idle labor to do some of the other tasks. Keep digging. Nicola. Come on, Nicola. Good stuff. So this is not that important. I guess we do want to get this done, though. That's great size. I did want this so that we could run across, because this is going to be a box, right? I don't want to be in its way. Some of the sweeping we'll do later. Still digging. Floating fish. Oh, never mind. Splash. Okay, so arbitraries are not too bad. We don't need too much temperature control. I think we'll be all right with what we got. The big thing is really going to be generating a system for this to work well. I'll probably want to use the AQ box that we do for this for dual purpose. You know what? We probably don't need to, given how this is going to work, right? So the big thing is just getting this filled up and getting the build running. We do understand this probably is okay with gold. Doesn't get too hot. We're going to need a sensor. Lead's fine. Okay. We know that we will want power here. Let's just run that to the right. A little bit of deodorized gas. A lot of places where we could dig. Alright, we're just cutting through right now, realistically. Let the dupes work. Let the dupes do their thing. Building. Technically, I can start removing the ladder, right? Because we won't be up here. And we will do the ceiling here. Let's not do that tile. We're gonna do a temp setup. Oil drop, and then we'll do lock. Then we could start sealing up the side. We could go across and around, no real issue. Unless they get stuck with no ladder. So maybe bump the ladders up. Oops, that's supposed to be a 7. Cool, still got to do that. Plastic, sure. Still digging. This is chilling. We're gonna wait for the magnum to go down a little more before we open the top layer. Even then, I don't expect a lot of this to spill. These tiles aren't even max mass 1860. So that's probably okay. Seven, 9. Are we already out of wood? I gotta get a wood. Yeah, 13.4. Wait, really? It's moving out these items that much of a pain? Man, we gotta get wood. Wood is selected. Alright, we will need a lot, so I'll just let that keep rocking for a while. Okay, back over here. I guess there's some heat to deal with, but nothing too bad. Okay, let's dig that. We're gonna bop a lot of the stuff here. We're just gonna start digging, going through the area. A lot of these things here we're not gonna need. We're just gonna bop like these tiles. We will probably want to keep this tile there as we climb up, but I'll probably want to replace it with a ladder. This area kind of sucks. So we're just gonna go up and dig through. Okay, we'll be able to dig everything. Cut the heat in half, effectively. It's just gonna be time to get it done. I'll be able to climb up that way. Autosave lag will wait. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so I did want to get rid of this liquid. It is not getting done. I just want to mop this up. But I think at the end of the day, this is just gonna be a lot better if I just bottle it. Instead of waiting like 10 streams. And then we'll get the hydrogen vent. Start trimming out this space. Polluted oxygens, just polluted oxygens, chilling. 69. Spore Kid. Hunter, welcome in. I see you over there. What's going on, Hunter? How are you? Hello, hello. What's going on, Hunter? Survive the Mondays, man. Slaving away like dupes. Oof. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. At least you're not like Alfred, stuck in a CO2 trap. Costco's out of the salad. Did they discontinue it? Or is it just out of stock? That's one of the things about Costco. It kind of sucks. Sometimes they'll decide to not carry an item anymore, and it's like, man, feels bad. I like that item that they had over there. Now it's gone. That's the sad time setup. Don't usually go with items like that. Maybe vendor switching or something. Seasonality. Maybe there's a recall. That's the classic, man. And if they pull it before there's an announcement, they're on top of their game. Technically. Hope not a recall. I ate it for lunch. That would be the one thing, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Had it for lunch. Oh no, bro. Hopefully, though, it's just something like, oh yeah, it was just too popular. So it just got sold out. That's what we're hoping, right? Nothing else. Nothing else. Hey, Zero Dragon, coming in with the prime. Thanks for 36 months. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enjoy the emote as I'm reviewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Yo, man, appreciate you. Thank you for the support. I see you over there. Dude, did you ever get your mirror? Zero Dragon, that was you, right? That said, I'm gonna farm this season until I get a raw mirror drop. It happened before. Shipment stuck or didn't make it. We'll have to try a different salad. Ended up getting one, dude, man. It's a mirror, dude. It'd be like that size. I had to ask, though, because if you did get the raw drop mirror, I was going to ask you about the strats. Dude, you know what's crazy that actually finally happened? And I was kind of pogging about it. I was, after stream, I was just checking out the Reddit. And someone referenced my build. Someone was like, hey man, I'm playing Ritualist. And then, you know, they were like, I want some builds. And randomly, some guy was like, hey man, If you're bored, you could check out this build. I'm following this guy, and he linked my character. And he's like, you should probably follow this guy, because I am by far the #1 damage dealer, and I have really good effective hit points. And then the guy was like, you go follow this guy's build. I'm not doing what he's doing, but he's doing double my damage, so it's working out for him. And then I was like, oh shit, that's my build. I replied to those guys. I was answering some questions. I was like, hell yeah, dude. So I was like on the fence of whether or not I should play my build next season. I think I am. But yeah, man, I got reference in Path of Exile 2 builds, the subreddit. I was like, dude, I'm in, boys. I'm doing some right. Setting the meta as always, dude. It's super off meta, everything that I'm doing. It's so funny, and it worked out. Basically, I'm doing like 200 plus K damage, and the next person is at like 100. They already nerfed it. It was stronger in 0.3. And the thing with that is that they made it so that the build works only with Ritualist. Everyone else that would play it loses that ring slot, and that ring slot is huge. It's so much damage. And as a result, you could run the build with another class. It's just not going to be as strong. And as a result, like, you know, it becomes a thing of like, would you even want to run this then if it's not going to be that beefy? Off meta and meta, or inferior states. Hey man. Off meta is temporary until it becomes meta. But yeah, they already nerfed it. Last season, people were running Splinter and Larada. But they didn't actually have that nerf. The nerf they made it was so that no elemental damage. So there's two nerfs. One of them is limit of lineage gems and a lot of other runes. So like you can't stack 1 to 60 lightning 3 times on your weapon anymore, which kind of sad, but that forces variety. Second thing is no elemental damage means you have to run Original Sin, which means you bop 1 ring socket. And it becomes this thing where it's like, damn, that really hurts the damage. I don't know how else they would nerf it without completely making it useless, because it's already a 6 to 8 damage weapon, right? Like very low base. And even then, I wouldn't call it broken. There's a lot worse builds out there. But yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. We'll see whether or not they bought my builds or not. But I am doing a lot of stuff that is no longer popular because they've already nerfed it so bad. I'm using HOAs. They changed the 1 to 10 to 1 to 20. I mean, every 10 to every 20. So that's half nerf. And the spear got nerfed. The only thing that would bot me now is they removed the ring slot from Ritualist. That'd be horrible. Oh man, I hope I didn't speak it into existence. Y'all ever get that, man? You know, this would be the worst thing that could happen, but it's not gonna happen. And then it happens, and you're like, ah, shit. Temporary means non-permanent. What does non-permanent mean? as a Magic the Gathering enjoyer, I need to understand what counts as a permanent and what does not. Because I have this card that goes exile permanent. Does that mean I could exile a land? Banish it to the Shadow Realm from gameplay? We need to know, man. Ohana means family? No, man. I thought Vin Diesel means family. Oh yeah, we need a ladder there. Bubbles of natty gas, not too worried about. Alright, pretty good. We're finally pumping up the waters here. And we'll finally be able to clear out the liquid here and start tapping the hydrogen. I'll probably will want another res. We'll just get that ready. Okay, this guy dug out pretty good. Let's do a little bit of trim on the side. The gases are mixed, that's okay. And then did we build the... Yeah, we did. Alright, cool. Empty. We want to bop this. Oh, ha. We're gonna need to put a... I guess we don't need to yet. We do that later. I guess we can set it up now. Wouldn't be a bad thing. Here. 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 We could still not climb it. Okay, cool. Alright, we got the water drop. We are gonna do the pump setup here. We're gonna do the pump setup here. We're gonna pull this out. Plastic vent. I guess we just pull it from that line. There we go. Bottom of the map, still got magma. That opened up and spilled, and it was not too bad. Okay. Let's dig this. Unless I'm fully submerged, I shouldn't take damage. So, Nicola, into the magma you go. People of chat. What is your favorite salad? It's hard to argue because you have air quotes salad. You have people doing stuff like steak salad. Does that count, man? When people say that, oh yeah, I like steak salad. I was like, is that really a salad though? Autosave lag. The one with greens. They put a chimichurri sauce on it. Does that count? You get, what is that, parsley? That's technically green. It's typically a garnish. Favorite salad? You know, the Caesar salad. With the Cobb salad tomato. Don't forget... what was the other guy's name? Strictly salads. Yeah, man. It's gotta be salads. Favorite salad. I feel like... most of the time, I like spinach, so anything with a lot of that. Okay, Popeye. I see you over there. I feel like when it comes to salad, They all taste good because of the dressing. And the problem with it is that usually the dressing is mad unhealthy. Something with balsamic. Ooh, balsamic is good. I'm a fan of balsamic. Alright, we're gonna try to see if we could spill out right here. Lower this level so that we could start emptying it out a little bit easier. I might just want to drain this though and just wall it up here and not deal with the right side magma. Balsamic's pretty good. Balsamic's pretty good. Cook. Can you have a cooked salad? That's like saying, can I have a well-done steak tartare? Can you actually do that? Or does that just fundamentally bop the dish? Because if you cook it, the way you cook it, doesn't that just fundamentally change everything? It goes from spinach to now boiled spinach, stir-fried spinach, stewed spinach. I don't like Caesar, it's just lettuce with cheese. True. I really like the American-made Asian chicken salad. Not the, like, I don't know if there's an Asian chicken salad. But, like, I like the American version of that Asian chicken salad. It's weird. It's kind of like liking Taco Bell to a certain degree. Because it's like, oh, it's American Tex-Mex. But I'm not going to lie. I really enjoy the Asian chicken salad. It's coleslaw salad. No, coleslaw is coleslaw, dude. You know what? Coleslaw is a salad because fruit salad is a salad. If you think fruit salad is not a salad, then coleslaw is not a salad. I think fruit salad is the weirdest thing. Putting mayo on fruits has got to be one of the more suspect things I've ever heard of. That does indeed include ambrosia. All right, we're gonna do a weird wall setup here. Oh, my man's gonna burn. Get out, get out. Fruit salad. It's the weirdest thing, man, if you've never had it. Alright, man, you gotta stop swimming in the magmas. Swimming in the magma. These dudes, man. Dormant. Okay, so we could do this now. And do that. I thought that was an assortment of fruit cut into a bowl. No, that's a fruit cocktail. Fruit salad specifically has mayo on it. You're talking about the fruit cups, fruit cocktails. That's not a fruit salad. I believe the fruit salad I'm describing might be a southern thing. Though I do think it's really weird. I'm not really a fan of it. I want to watch this because I'm scared how much we're going to have inside. And that might allow a little bit of sulfur to spill out. And that's going to give us sulfur gas, and that might suck. That's crazy. It is. It sounds like my cholesterol's going up. Not gonna lie. I've had what you're talking about. Do you enjoy it? Or were you, you know, you just had to try it for reasons? $30 years ago. I was thinking of that scene from The Office where Michael goes to Jan's housewarming and he brings like an egg salad that's been just sitting in the sun. I'm just thinking of that scene, dude. All right, magma spillage. Do we move out enough magma before it freaking overheats the pump? All right, no more spillage. Looking good, looking good. All right, we should be fine. Okay, so let's think about this. We are going to be needing arbor. Where is it at? Arbor trees. This is 15 to 40, solid. So we could probably do something like a 30-degree setup. We're gonna run our pipelines. Oh, that means we do it on the left. That gives us a lot of space to do everything else we want to do. That works out. I kind of want to prep everything at the same time, though, man. I'm being a little lazy. What's going on, TJ? Welcome in. I see you over there. If you guys don't know TJ, he is the reasoning why they call Tijuana TJ. Because everyone knows TJ, man. TJ is famous. He once did the running of the bulls, but then he chased the bulls instead of having the bulls chase him. Seems legit. TJ once fought Chuck Norris and won. Damn, that guy's a legend. No one's ever heard of that being done, man. Just saying. Who actually beats Chuck? TJ once appeared on the Rick Roll song as extra. He's in exactly at the 69-second mark. There is a quick little snippet. It's TJ. He was part of the background singers. Wanted a little bit of screen time. Had it in his contract. Afterwards, he tried to get a role to play Neo from The Matrix, and he used that as reference, and he turned him down. Feels bad, dude. They wanted to go with some dude called Will Smith. Apparently, he didn't want to do it either, though. So who knows, man? We got some guy with his name starts with a K. Some. Alright, the magma's chilling. We're just gonna be pumping this. I do think the arbitrary's on the side. Probably makes a lot of sense. So we're gonna have 2 things of water here. So 1.2 plus 16. That's what. Let's argue. Okay, let's do the math. What's going on, Cranky? Oh yeah, the damn, that's right. This becomes water. I lose 7%. What's going on, Cranky? Welcome in. Dupes are doing all right. Everyone's working pretty well. They're hanging out, man. They're doing the best they can, handling the business. Vacuum stuff. We're gonna fix that. We pumped out the magma with a little bit of a pitcher pump. At the end of the day, man, simple designs work. And you know, man, back to simplicity. The pulley levers, the pitcher pump systems, as long as it works. So we're just pumping out magma, 25 tons at a time. So, you know, just draining out the bottom of the map. You know how it is. But it feels like they're doing all right, man. All right, I think we could start chopping this down. And then we could chop this tile. Add a little bit more. I'm not really too worried right now. I gotta watch them though, because they're in magma. Alright, nice. Oh, you was hungry? Yo, man, get some food. Okay. Alright, so what was the math I needed to do? 1, 2, 6, 5? No, we don't do that first. We do this first, because we lose 7%. So... calculator. We do a 1641. We're going to round down. 1642. We're going to round up. Times 0.93, because we lose 7% assault. That's 1527. Times 600. Divided by 1,000. We get about 916.23 kgs of water. Okay. 916.24. So 1266 times 600. 759. What did I just say? 926.24. So 1685 kilograms a cycle. This is 70 per cycle. So divide by 70. We're going to need about 24 plants. Okay. So 24 to 25 plants. I guess we could have a little bit of water. But I think we just feed it all to the trees. I think we're just gonna do a ruler estimate here. So here to here, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So let's go 30 for 10. We have about 31-ish. Okay, so we would do like a liquid lock, 2 rows, 3 rows. Okay, I might want to do that on the lower side. I'm looking at this. We could do a lot of the metavolcano stuff up here and not really have to worry too much. And then we do it pretty close to the entrance. Which would mean basically we would want to start chopping this down. And then start doing it on same level. That's probably pretty fair. So I think that means we have to do something jank here. We want to put that there, but we're going to want to dig it first. And then we're not going to be able to climb all the way down, so we need to put another layer here. Which I think we're going to put is regular tile for the run speed. That way we be running a little fast. Just a little. And I think that means we'll use these spots here for water storage. That we're going to get from doing this. Right, vacuum, tiles still need to be dug. I guess we could use this as the ladder that we plan on using. That's not too bad. Someone got burned for a second. It was only for a second. Okay, so that means we get floor here. This is in the way, so this probably means we gotta get rid of this. Let's take care of all the background tiles here. Just because this is not gonna last there, right? So we know that we're going to be running tiles for move speed. We're going to be running the mafic rock over here. I need to go climb it. Okay. So we know that we're going to be running this way. I probably want to be able to run across the top. Right? Let's just say we want that. Okay, we're going to dig as much as we can. Bop the sand. Okay, then once we dig that, we could dig everything here at the bottom. So climb up, start building the bottom, climb down, keep building. Okay, and then we could start setting up our floors for the arbitraries. Oh yeah, crude oil seeped in and turned spork into a seed. I see it happen on another one. Ah, so you flooded it. And what it is was that since you put the tile above the plant and it's a one tile building, it extended the tile and flooded it like it would a critter. It did the water strat, dude. Oh, that's illegal. Yeah, stop boiling my water. It did the water extension strat like this. False drowning. It still drowns though. Do you call that phantom drowning? Where you have literally Eminem style. Where he drowns in a puddle of pee that's only a couple centimeters, you know, deep. Hit him with the 8 Mile, man. Alright, so let's say proper ladder. Do we care about ambient temperature? Let's argue we won't, and we're gonna cool down. Yeah, we're just gonna do it like that. And we do want to come out to here, huh? So we know that it's gonna be 4 space gap. Yeah. So this is lip door. I'll actually put a door there so they know what it is. And then we'll start doing our setup. 31, that's exactly 10 arbitraries. So we are gonna be doing extra space gap in case I want to have a drop off for pips. And then we do a 2 space gap per tree. That's gonna be a tree right there. Figured it out, Andy. I see you over there. So it's not technically a new strat that's magically happening, but it's still something to keep in mind, man. A little bit of liquid inside saves the day. Okay, and then we're gonna do every other tile. So we start building the bottom floor. Ceiling for move speed. And then we're gonna need at least a couple other floors. We're gonna need to continue that. From here, we're gonna keep trimming, but we're gonna do it in a way so that we're not really gonna get bopped. Climb down that way. And then we will need a 3rd floor because we're not gonna have enough trees. Okay, cool. That means this is all gonna be storage. Underneath we do for other stuff. Maybe we do 2, and that ends up being 20, and we need to do 24. We could actually ranch pips over here. And then do, I mean, don't they only need 1 tree per pip? Yeah. 9%. And this grows 4.5 cycles. So let's go 20%. So a pip ranch could do what? Number of cycles is also number of year. Dude, man. We are far away from that. We would need another stream to hit 2026. Alright, the tree's coming up. We're going to be getting our tree set up. Gonna be starting to get our floor right here. Let's spot the plants. Okay, this magma's cool, chilling, waiting for the spillage and moving out more of the magma. This is at 2,000. That's pretty safe. Alright, so this should be all safe to dig. Back over to here, drop lock. No openings for gas. Yep. Let's plug it in. We just need to start vacuuming, that's all it is. These rooms, we're just gonna vacuum. Good, good. Wood's coming in, 86 tons. We'll stop these guys from having to sweep all day. Loader. Dude, my igneous is going on. This is not good. So much igneous. Alright, so they're auto-eating. Let's get some more bottles here. This is done. Let's go. Damn, and we're not even done pumping this up. Okay, so we still don't have enough water. This is cooled down now, and we're at 25. It feels like this is never gonna not need it. So, just to make sure, brine freezes at 22. So we could do something. Oh, this is at 25. Dude, this could be easily 15. And speed this up. This is running pretty often though, 97. This is at 15, and that's for this. Looks like the magma's kind of going down. Oh, dormancy's coming in, so we're going to be set. We're just going to try to use all this up. I want to see the temperature of the solids. It looks like it's going to be around 26, which is pretty good. $170. I'm thinking I want this to be around 135, but I feel like that doesn't really do anything because it's always going to be really hot. Run the igneous into the salt water and auto boil. Instead of having to rely on the salinator. I want to see the ending temperature because I'm thinking I could raise this up so that it leaves the system faster, and then we'd be able to get more igneous out as a result. Okay, so it leaves at 130 below. Temperature when it leaves the system is 25. That's really nice. We go up to 30 degrees. Let's go to 133 at the very least. We should go something like 135 though. We already have everything temp shift plated. The faster way of doing heat transfer though is probably running the bottom metal tiles and running the conveyor belt through set metal tiles so that when the water hits it from the steam turbines, it chills down the metal contact, right? And then we would extract more heat that way from the rocks deposited in the metal themselves. That would be the one upgrade that we could do here to make it better. We could still kind of do it. We could just add tile, add tile, add tile, and then add in metal. And then the only thing is that we won't be able to sweep everything out. That would be the only thing that kind of sucks. We would have resources on the floor. Alright, we want to keep this running for a while. All the water we got is goddamn hot, 33. At least we have water, so we don't have to worry about the gunk thing. The gear bomb stuffs. This is ethanol. Oh yeah, we're dumping that there. We don't really need to. We got some more over there that we could deal with. Back to here. We was doing the digs. Let's clear this up. If we can, let's clear this up. Bop the base house. Okay, this is gonna be a 2x because we're digging down. Take the ore. A little bit of pea water oxygen. Temperature is still not that bad. Everything is able to grow here pretty well. Second door. Yeah, let them build, let them do the thing. Chillin'. I guess we do remove that ladder. We want to have this layer of magma spill, so that we could just start walling this up. Because I don't want to actually deal with all the magma inside. We're going to eventually line stuff up with some obsidian. Another thing I should start doing is trimming the abyss line here that's hot. You know what? I'll start doing that. So we can't really go to top because we're holding the stuff up. And from there, we want to dig everything that's red. Oh, dig the obsidian ladder. Okay, should be good. And all right, so this was man-made steam. Let's do some more. All the steam in the world. My dupes aren't doing anything, man. They could do the steam. 700 kgs inside. Pretty good. Alright, bottom of the map. We were clearing this out. Dealing with that. Getting rid of the sporkids. A lot of water right here. A lot of zombie spores right here. Dude, all the hot temperatures and zombie spores in this corner. We technically could just leave this be. We really could. But do we? I probably don't want to leave it like that, man, to be honest. I do kind of want to dig out the bottom first before doing a lot of the other stuff. It is what it is. Start clearing stuff out. Deep side. I'm probably going to live the natural abyssalite here, but we're just going to bop the oil biome. Up and over. We could dig that. Down to this side. This is hot, but I think it's fine that we deal with this. Try to uproot this. I don't want to dig up the abyssalite, sporkid. Nothing in here. We could just open this. This is kind of hot. Sporkid right there. So I do want to dig this from the bottom. And then sporkid over there. Okay, just gonna start dealing with that. Who's scalding, man? Is this side? Oh, they dug out the tiles, I think. Still a vac, so no fear. This side, yep, it's getting dug out. Let's dig this, dig that. This height level. Hopefully they don't get bopped. Temperature plate melting, yep. It's supposed to happen. Is this scalding them because it's too hot? It's only 130. Alright, we'll let it do its thing. This is set. I mean, we could get the fire pole in now. Speeding this up is not going to be bad. Big plastic. Let's go. Still a lot of sweeping we could do. So much gas in here. This is still vac. 5 kgs outside, and the inside's in grams. Okay, that's fair. I thought it's taking so long, and then I realized the starting point was pretty bad. Okay. It's pretty fair. Can't get stuck on the 1x1s, so then we're just gonna dig this straight. Start digging that, because we can. Ooh, ledge items. That's going to be a pain. We'll clean it, though. Plastic ladders. Alright, we're going to start bopping to the left side soon. I guess this is not a bad thing. A little bit of deodorizing, you know how it is. Make sure it don't stank. Do we want to start? I want to move that water if I could. Huh. Not the... I guess, yeah. We would just unplug this. Let's start moving water here. Because I just want to pitcher pump from here and move that out. Otherwise, I don't think there's anywhere else that we get free water from. I will eventually get some water here for myself. But I'm thinking about it. There's nothing here that consumes water, right? It's just oxygen. Alright, so this is also ready. So we want to get rid of this line. We could also redo the pipeline to a direct line now. It's going to be nice and clean that way. Let's run this here, run that there. We know we're going to need the reservoirs. We know that we're going to run that. Run that through. Run that in. Very straightforward. Our line is going to be gone. Gas pipeline's also gone. Pump's gone. We'll sweep everything later. This is going to be cleaned up. We have gas now. Alright, so this is just our water reservoir room for all the water we get from this. Nice. I guess I do kind of want a tile there, just to make it look a little bit better. Outside of that, pretty good. Pea water got removed. Alright, jump, jump. That should be fine. Okay, let them work. All the abyssalite here got dug out pretty well. And we're still moving out magma. Alright, it's pretty good, man. We're clearing this out slowly but surely. We're going to carve out a little nook for ourselves in the magma core. Very normal thing to do. Yep, totally. Very normal thing to do. Absolutely. The magma's not even pressurized on the side, man. Feels bad. Let's build that. Someone's gonna get burned building this. I just want to make sure we monitor it so that it's never going to be that bad. Hopefully. We got rosebush. Yeah, we're moving the water here just so it could warm up the pea water. And I want to just use this bottled water. Who's doing this, man? Need to make sure they're not gonna get bodied. First delivery. Doesn't get burnt. Oh, we got burned. Oh, that's bad. Nicola's already hurt. Oh no, he's doing the dig. Nice. And he's already burning too. Joshua's tanking it though. Let's go, Josh. Alright, that should cause more magma to spill. Let's put the people in the hospital bed. Alright, I just want to push the magma over so it spills. I guess that's also meme strat. The only way for us to get rid of the magma from this pool is by just putting a pitcher pump there. Oh, don't fart in here, please. Thank you, Bonnie. Dude, look at this guy. He's so scared. He goes from above. That's kind of smart, though. I will be real. All right, this magma's never going to get moved down unless we pitcher pump it like that. So we're just going to set that up. It helps us drain this, and we'll get the wall of this up. I'm probably going to go straight down into the neutronium, so we do plan on doing this. Okay, gotta dig. We could get rid of the ladders here. We could just have them go below, right? Dig that, build a tile, and we get the hydroponic farm. That could be dug out now too. Can you build from below? No, you can't reach. Should be cool though, should be cool. Time to recruit bots to dive into the hot sauce. There are no bots on this planet. We cannot send them through the teleporter. Back at home though, that's what they're doing. But yeah, there's no way to really like separate them. They're here doing their thing. 26 degrees. All right, let's bump this up 135. I want to move more of the igneous if we can. Because I feel like this value is just going up. And it might be all the igneous right there. Other igneous I think we have is at the bottom of the map. Okay, last tile. Did we dig through? We did. All right, a little bit of zombie spores, but we'll live with it. We bopped that spore. We need to do this one. I think we could literally do that without doing any additional digging. It's kind of nice. And then we could technically do these two just from this setup. Hot sauce OP, dude. I am a fan of hot sauce, though. Why is it that we as humans enjoy hot sauce? Why is that a thing? Because isn't it like only 2 animals eat spicy things? And we are one of them or something like that? Now, of course, that could be a little bit difficult to answer. So I guess the question is, why do you like hot sauce? How does acquired taste work? The thing with acquired taste is that would be an argument for that anything could be consumed regardless of taste. You just have to find the peculiarity of it that you could focus on. It's kind of like how kids don't like mustard, and it's because it's a weird sour taste, and it kind of throws off the food for them. But like, in that sense, do you guys enjoy hot sauce? People of chat, Dark Iraq, welcome in. And if you do, is there a reasoning why? I got hit by a YouTube short the other day, and I think it was a Korean drama, and it was about this, man, how do I even say it? It's a company of people that are all salesmen, and they try to push a product. Their company does have other workers there, but they're only focusing on the salespeople. And then there's a new guy, right, who joins the company. So at the company, they have a sales team, kind of like, I wouldn't call it like a bonding session. I guess it's like a team building session. And what had happened was that they just go to a restaurant. So immediately they order food. It's all very normal, traditional Korean food, I guess. And no one really bats an eye. What ends up happening though is the guy gets the food, and everyone doesn't eat. They all just stare at the new guy. They're like, what are you guys doing? They're like, oh, you're the new guy. We want to see how you react. They're like, oh, okay, sure. So he eats the food. And, oh, this is good. And then he goes, wow, this is spicy. It's apparently traditional dishes, but they mix in like a ton of chili peppers. And then he doesn't want to say that it's spicy. He's just breaking out in sweat, and he's thinking about it to himself. What ends up happening is that while he's waiting to take the next bite, other people start eating. Everyone starts eating it and loving the food. Some people even get extra chili. They're all eating the same thing. And then he's wondering to himself, what the hell is wrong with these people? And then he looks at the boss. The big boss is staring at the entire crew, and he's smiling until he gets to the new guy. And then once he gets to the new guy, it's not that he's like sad face, but it's like kind of like disappointment. And then the new guy goes, oh, this is a test. So what he does is like, he goes, okay, they're testing to see if I would stand up for myself. So he says something that's like, man, don't you guys think this is spicy? And then everyone looks at him and is like, oh, you don't get it. And then they all just kind of stop talking about it. Even the boss was like, yeah, you don't get it, man. So what ends up happening was that they finish eating the meal, they come out with more spicy food, and he kind of suffers. It's too spicy for him. He doesn't really get it. Next day, they go on a sales run doing the normal job stuff. And what happens is that he's trying to make a sale. He does the stereotypical salesman pitch. You know, very charismatic, you know, doing all the stereotypical stuff that you're supposed to do, right? The guy doesn't want to buy from him. He's like, nah, I'm good. And then he's like, wow, 0 for 1, my first sales gig as a sales rep, I failed. And what ends up happening is that he gets sad. He goes to the playground where he grew up at, starts sitting on the swings, and he's kind of like, man, this sucks. My first sale was, you know, I'm 0 for 1 now. That's a bad start. So he's pitying himself. And then he runs into one of his old buddies that doesn't work at the job. And he asked him the question, why do you eat spicy food? Because like, even though he doesn't work there, he likes spicy food. And they go into this talk about how the spicy food to him is kind of a release. All the stress, all the work that he's been doing, that he's been, you know, handling, all the stress pent up gets released when he gets to eat the spicy food. And it's only when you indulge and embrace the spice that you really get to understand the upside of it. that if you're gonna eat it willy-nilly and not really like bask in it, so to speak, it's never gonna have any impact. So he goes by himself to that same restaurant without the coworkers and orders the same thing. And then it's like, yeah, he starts to understand. He's having this release of like all the pent-up stress, and he's having flashbacks. And then he realizes why he couldn't make the sale. He gets a moment of clarity. I see you, YCK. Gets a moment of clarity, and he understands now. He goes back to the guy, and he says, he apologizes for everything before, and then he tells them why they should choose him. And the store owner that he was trying to sell to even questions whether or not he's being authentic. And he gives him like a test on the spot. He gladly accepts, answers the questions, and the owner is kind of looking at him like, wow, he gets it. And so he agrees, and he gets his first sale. Next company dinner, they're having that same thing at the same restaurant. And then he starts eating while embracing it. And the boss comes up to him and says, welcome to the company. And that was the movie, man. I was like, what is this? Spicy food was the test. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. It was, I don't know, man. I don't even know the name. It just randomly popped up by YouTube Shorts. Welcome in the YCK. See you guys over there. I like spiciness in general. I do too. But it's one of those things where it's like, if someone asks you, what part of spicy food do you enjoy? And you say the spice, they're going to be like, are you a masochist? Do you like pain? Is the most typical response I feel like you hear. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, what a guy. But yeah, man, I feel like that could be a thing. It's a stress relief. I could see it as such. But not to the degree that the movie kind of points it out at. That's a little dank. We use Doobie the deodorizer. Alright, the room's gonna be cleaned up a little bit. I want to see whether or not any more reservoirs in this. Hopefully not. The spices make the taste buds overload. That's the best part. So, the people that enjoy spicy food, is spicier always better then? No. See? That's the thing, right? There's a certain threshold. This is a sweet spot. It's one of those things that just like, it's weird. I think each person has their own tolerance, and spices goes up exponentially. That is true. I do hear that spicy food is good for you. Not because it's good for you, but because it makes you sweat. So at like 5 million capsaicin or whatever it's called, it's too much for most people. Oh. So then that means you're not enjoying the spice then, right? You're enjoying Like when it comes to food, you enjoy it for the taste and flavor. You're not enjoying the spice for the spice. Not because it tastes a certain way, but because of how it kind of makes you feel, I guess. Then max level is like scorpion poison or something like that. Wait, what the heck? You're gonna tell me that's a name of chili pepper? Oh yeah, man, that's not actual scorpion poison. It's just chili pepper name. Overpressure. We have a long time for dormancy though. Oh wow, this vacuumed a lot faster than the other setup. Okay. Antioxidants and antibiotics in spicy food. Is it in all or is it only certain? I don't think it's in everything. I hear that though sweating is really good and spicy food making you sweat is one of the main like upsides. Is this the lab run? This is the lab run. I'm just on the second planet. So the first planet is kind of chilling. We got the meteor mass to kind of deal with. But yeah, most of the geysers are kind of taken care of. Gold's done. I need to tackle the volcano there. We're trying to pump up the water here so that we don't flood the bee biome. All the water's gonna spill in, so we're just gonna make sure that doesn't happen. So we can tackle the hydrogen. And then, yeah, polluted oxygen in here wouldn't actually take too long. We could actually do that today. But yeah, for the most part, most of the geysers are tamed. This is the lab run, and we do have the meteor to tackle still. I'm actually melting some ice right here. Try to cool it down. The Trinidad Moruga scorpion is actually the kind of chili pepper. Pepper X is the highest on Wikipedia with 2.6 mil. I don't count Pepper X. You know what I hate, man? When people, it becomes like a, what do you call that phrase? The peen measuring contest, where people just start doing shit just to do it. And it's like, that's the thing I kind of hate with society. It's like, oh man, let's see who could grow the hottest chili pepper. And then it becomes a thing of, let's see who could make the spiciest food. Right? With said chili pepper. And then people just start adding in scientifically modified and synthesized capsaicin from the labs. Like literally adding spice that's not really like from a pepper, and they're just synthesizing it. At that point, it's just pain, right? Because it's like, that's way too much. Jalapenos around 2,500 to 10k. I'm not gonna lie, I really like jalapenos. I kind of want to plateau there too. Pun creates, so welcome in. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. I was going a different direction. I see a wiggle. Maybe not, right? It's like, it's gotten to a point where it's just how spicy can you make it, and people don't really care the means of which they get there. And it's kind of like, man, that's kind of gross. Not really a fan of that. I don't count Pepper X because it's only available in sauce form. Yeah. If the spiciness is too high, I get stun locked and I can never finish the meal. A little bit of spiciness is a bit exciting. I have this weird problem where I start sweating like mad and my nose starts running, and my runny nose starts getting into my food. That's kind of gross. You don't think it'd be like it is, man, but it do. Yeah, I start sweating and my tongue is on fire. Oh, my man is stuck. Save yourselves. I had pepper X sauce and I didn't find it as spicy as eating a scorpion. This guy buys Red Bull and expects to fly. like, isn't that the same type of logic? Like, that's just advertisement, man. Like, come on, man. You got? Is that what you telling me? You got by the ads, man. He got, boys. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Sometimes it really do be like that. Got by the ads. Advert too strong. I ain't even gonna try. I went to a restaurant with 10 spicy ratings. I was not at 6. Dude, they have this place in Southern California called the Spicy Ramen Challenge. And oh my god. That stuff. It initially tastes good, man. And then eventually it's like, why am I doing this? I'm not even kidding, man. It always becomes that. Why am I doing this? It's so spicy. I remember you always have that one homie that's like, I could do it. You guys are all chumps, you know? So we're like, hey man, do the spicy ramen challenge. So he was doing it, and I will give him credit. He outperformed what any of us actually gotten as far. Yeah, it's spicy ramen. So they have like a whole picture and a wall and everything. So the guy, the homie, right, eats all the ramen. And we're like, oh, okay, he did it. Turns out that he had to drink the soup as well. And he couldn't do it. The soup was where all the spice was. So he poured his soup into our bowls when the guys weren't looking. And then he cheated that way. So the funny thing happened. We're like, hey dude, he did it. The waiter comes out, they do the celebratory, oh yeah, easy clap, we do the thing. And then we pay for the food and we leave. Right? Normal interaction. On the way out, he was like, hey man, am I supposed to get a picture on the wall? And the guy's like, we know you cheated. And we just all laughed our ass off. It was like, he got called out. Like, we know you cheated, man. Come down. Calm down, son. We know you did this. We know you cheated, man. We saw you pour the soup, and oh, got him. They don't think it be like it is, man. But it do. The waiters are slick, man. They were just trying to, oh yeah, he did it, air quotes. Sure, buddy. But yeah, as a result, he did not get the picture on the wall. Feels bad. Shin Ramen Black and Buldak, those are nothing compared to the spicy ramen at the ramen challenge. It's kind of similar to what Dark Rack said. They have 10 levels of spice. Level 1 is... Dude, we do pickled jalapenos all the time. There's actually this thing we do over here in Cali. I don't know if they do it anywhere else. I've never seen it outside of Cali. Well, parts of Mexico probably does it too. You pickle jalapenos, but you put onions and carrots inside. I think they also put in like bay leaf and stuff. And dude, it is so good. Getting the pickled carrots or onions from the jalapeno juice is so good. It's like sweet, slightly spicy, and it's sour. They give that out as part of the like, you buy nachos, you get the nachos, you get the cheese, you put the carne asada, whatever other stuff you want. They'll give you some of that on the side. The onions, carrots, jalapenos, if you ask for it. And you always get asked for it. It's so good. I've never had that outside of Cali, though. But yeah, I feel like it's so smart. And if you like spicy food, you take the pickled jalapeno juice and you start pickling like other veggies instead. I'm just thinking to myself, I like, dude, that's so good. Usually when I go to Qdoba, gets lots of jalapeno. I see you. Yo, man, that's the secret, man. Jalapeno pickled carrots. If you want to wow the people, they're gonna be like, dude, how'd you do this? Yo, man, I got the secret, man. Secret recipe. Only way to do it. Vacuum still ready. I'm gonna wait till we move out more of the magma first. All right, so this is ready. Got the secret strats, baby. Only way to do it. All right, we're gonna get our reservoirs in. Because no infinite storage is part of the challenge. So we gotta start building in our setup. Yeah. I think I will have to just do this setup. So we're gonna have to get into here to raise the water level. So we're gonna have to build tiles, push it up so that we could get another row of reservoirs here. And then get a proper ceiling. This is going to be what we use to start cooling down parts of the hot part of the map. We're going to use that to cool down the cool steam vent. It's going to be part of the strat. I'm going to try to make that as efficient as possible. But we'll have to see. And this is just going to be regular Mathic. And then we'll build the insulated on top afterwards. Okay, let him build the res. This is still vacuuming so that I can fill it up with CO2. We're going to get some arbor trees here once we're going to be ready with this. 34 tiles. 34 cycles before dormancy. Alright, we're gonna dig that because we can jump from here to here to climb up. Oh, that's mud. We'll still do it. I plugged in a drill head to my carbon rocket. That wasn't a good idea. I mean, yeah, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. But like, it could technically work. There are situations where that could be the strat. Just, you know, it was not probably the time that when you did it. Feels bad, man. No one plays Rocket, so I don't have any sample strats. We're going to be doing that next playthrough. We're going to be doing a mind the gap as fast as we can. Not really a speed run, more so that's going to be the immediate goal. And we're just going to try to do mind the gap, rush metal, and then try to get the rocketry set up. You are not the only person to have argued about that. So I was like, yeah, you know what, we'll do a run. Especially since we're doing no rocket launch on this one. Alright, it's hot, man. I gotta take off my sweater. Give me 1 sec. All right. So I realized I could get sustainable uranium ore from asteroid fields. I have an excuse to make a research reactor. You can. You can. Should I tell them now or let them experience it, boys? Should we tell them now, boys? Or should we tell them? We should let them experience the reactor. Alright, memes aside, nothing bad's gonna really happen. Because running out of uranium means that you have a safe shutoff. So there's nothing bad that's gonna happen. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. Totally gonna be safe. Because I say it like that, though, you're probably like, I can't trust this guy. He's probably thinking of something like, what is he talking about? I can't think of anything that could go wrong. Kind of know too much. All right. I was just gonna point out that the planet that you get it from can run out, but it's a temporary thing. So if you overconsume, you might consume more than the planet makes. That's it. That doesn't hurt you though, right? Like, it's not really gonna be bad. Going through the setups, look pretty good. We're not removing these ladders. Oh, you need demolition. We have 2 dupes with it though. I guess they're being lazy. We could dig that from underneath. Dig these 2. Dig these. Finding and clearing up some space. I think the asteroid field could randomly produce more or less than a single research reactor's worth of uranium, right? It depends. Are you running the reactor non-stop? Are you mining non-stop? Are you giving it time? Because it does regenerate. It's just 1% of mass. I think that's per cycle. So then it becomes a thing of, you know, are you overmining? Are you keeping up? Overmining is not a bad thing. It just, once you get to the overmining point, it starts slowing down how much you produce, and you might be wondering why it's slow. That's really it. Alright, I think we start moving the ladders here. We could use this space for the volcano, actually. Sporkets are gone. We do have some sporket germs, and then we might want to bop these guys. I'm considering it. We could leave these guys here too. Oh, this is done. Can we mop this? Can you dig it? Let's go, boys. This pump is done. We might be able to do the hydrogen vents. Bop the bees. Classic. Alright, igneous is going up. This is not good. Comes out at 26. Alright, 137. I want to move out the resources a little bit better. Save the bees. We will, we will. I got 15 tons of ice sitting in some water at 2.1 Celsius. I've been waiting for it to melt 20 cycles now. Yep. Do you have the ice on top of an insulated tile? I'm pretty sure you are, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it's in water. It's on top of an insulated tile, right? That's gonna bop you, dude. It's jank, I know. Like, why would that bop you? No, it's just a normal tile. What temperature is a normal tile? Yeah, man, it's gonna be tough to melt the ice. Not gonna lie. It's at 19.5. Yeah, man, the ice be jank, man. Ice be jank like that. It's one of the things in this game that you wonder why it takes so long to melt. But yeah, realistically, ice just doesn't change temperature, man. .05. That's almost that's ethanol stats, basically. If you're in a hurry, stick it on a conveyor belt. Put it on top of aluminum tile. Dude, man, when in doubt, temp shift plate. Do the brine ice temp shift plates, man. Melt the ice. I want to say it's a decent strat. Okay. I'm sorry, bees. You guys are in the wrong neighborhood. Ice temperature plate, yep. Ice temperature plate's great. We're gonna put the tile there because I don't want to touch the snow. It might warm everything up still. Dude, you see this hydrogen? We need to box that out. We need to make sure the bees don't get bopped. Anti-bee boppage. We gotta do it, man. Unfortunately, we gotta do it. The only problem is that they might sting a couple of my dupes. Dude, the hot ladders are gonna kill them. Oh my god, they're taking damage. No, they're not. Yeah, look at this. Dude, you know what I realized the other day? When you buy ice cream, they come in tubs that are like long like this, right? I realized you're supposed to scoop one side to the other. And then that's how you get a ball with the ice cream scoop. Now I'm thinking to myself, why the hell do they sell Neapolitan 3 different flavors? Does that mean they want you to scoop all 3 into a single ball? How does that work? Is that actually the strat? They want you to have all 3 mixed together at the same time. I've always been like, you know, growing up with siblings, you get the 3 flavors, right? chocolate is always missing first. And then maybe a little bit of strawberry. No one touches vanilla. That's usually how the tub looks like, man. They carve that shit out. Alright, this bee may die. Hopefully he'll reach his old age. And he'll leave peacefully. Each bite has a little bit of everything. So that's the play, huh? Gotta have a little bit of everything. There's too much bleach stone here for me to actually try to do this. Okay, so we know the build that I want to do. All right. And then we run the cobalt tiles here. And then we have to bop the toilet setup. I like these buildings, man. I wouldn't mind putting one of these in, like, someone's bedroom. And be like, look at that, they have a studio. They got the toilet in the crib, dude. Feels bad, though. Not gonna be a thing. Oh, the bee died? Feels bad. Alright, we gotta get build started. This is overpressure, so we're gonna build it while it's overpressure. I probably do want to set this up. Where we just get the gases in. And I guess we run lead conductive wire. Toilet of secrets. Have you ever seen Reincarnated as Slime? The opening first episode literally has to do with this toilet. He's hanging out with his junior, right? Doing the whole work environment stuff in the Japanese workforce. And he's like, I want you to meet my girlfriend. And he's like, this is my senpai who has been showing me the ropes. He's like, yeah, man, let's go have dinner. So they're gonna go eat. On the way out, there's a mugger. And, you know, the dude attempts to mug them. So he goes after the girl because she has the purse. And then what ends up happening is, maybe I don't want to touch this on my mouth. What ends up happening is, he stands in front of the girl and gets stabbed. He dies. And then the junior is like, oh my god, you got stabbed, we're calling the hospital. And then his final words are, Junior, I need you to go to my apartment, take my PC, and chuck it into the toilet. Make sure no one could see the files. And that was his last words, man. That was his last words. God damn, dude. He was indeed a man of culture, I guess. But it's like, we the people will meme about that sometimes. Delete my search history. Dude, they actually did that in the freaking manga anime like a decade ago. It's so funny. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. Alright, we're still working on that. This is still doing its thing. Let's clean up some more sweepage. We know these are gonna be tiles here. Did you get carnivore? Oh, I'm not doing all the achievements on this one. Did we get it? We did not get it, no. But getting carnivore, there's a couple of tricks to it. If you want some help, it's planet dependent, depending on which planet you're playing on. But yeah, let me know if you need some advice for that, man. I got you. Carnivore is hard, but once you learn a little bit of what you need to do, and you kind of have an easier kind of like checklist, it makes it a lot easier. Because the hardest part is you don't know until it's too late if you have enough meat or not. And because of that, it's not hard, more so that you can't come back from not having enough, kind of a deal. Because if you knew you didn't have enough early on, you'd be able to kind of, you would have the time to actually make up for it. That's what a lot of carnivore's problem is, time constraint. That being said, though, there are some strats to speed it up, make things a little bit better. But that's dependent on the map. So if you need some advice, let me know what planet start you're doing, what DLCs you have, if you're planning to do certain strats or not. And then we'll try to do our best to help. Push the, oh, my water's gonna spill. Oh yeah. You're doing this map on the lab? This map on the lab. That's hard because you have an added challenge of having, because the thing is that this map in particular bops your early game. You don't have any room to do anything else. And it's because you need to tech up insulated tiles and build your perimeter. Right? You have to do that. If you don't, you lose faster. And then if you're done with that, you have to search for the nearby volcanoes and then seal them up. And if it hits cycle 11 and the meteor hits you, you still have to continue sealing up the volcanoes, at least the nearby ones. And a lot of times you're not going to finish doing that because you might not have dig skill. You need to go through granite or something. And you need to find a way to stop that from erupting. That in and of itself, depending if your dupes get hurt too, might take even more time. But that ruins a lot of like freedom of choosing what to do in the beginning. I would recommend, if you really want to get it, not do it on that map. But you might be, you know, someone asks you to do a challenge. Try to get carnivore in the lab map. If you are gonna try to focus on that and try to do the lab map still, it's technically doable, it's just really tough. The biggest thing is gonna be how many lums you get early on. Because if you get a bad meteor and the bunch of the starter biome where the lums are at are gonna get bopped and you can't relocate them in time, it really handicaps you. Each lum is 12 kgs tough meat. Tough meat becomes 16 kcals. So we get 32 per lum. That means at 13 lums, you're done. If you could get 13 lums, that's the achievement. I guess you could also argue hunting down Rexes is also an option. Because they actually give you some tough meat as well, just not as much. But these guys, and then you would need to tech up Smoker ASAP. You need that because that's the only way to consume tough meat. You can't eat it raw. And smoking the food takes forever. It's 600 seconds per meal. So that means you're gonna need a lot of these smoker buildings. Now the upside is that it's not a dedicated cooking task, so you don't have to worry that much about it. But it's still something you're gonna have to look at. $26 degrees still. Are we good? Can I go up to 140 here? I want to pull out my igneous a little bit faster. I haven't tried for carnivore yet. I like doing mealwood too much. Dude, just like me, man. Mealwood's the name of the game. Mealwood too good, dude. Mealwood's really nice. As long as you understand it's a -1 to morale, and you take care of that by giving them other options, you're gonna be fine. And mealwood just needs dirt. And the upside about mealwood that makes it really sneakily good is if you get a salt geyser, you immediately get come on, dude. Freshener spice, mealwood and salt. Literally permanent food storage. You have a reason to keep growing mealwood. It's so nice. Yeah, the food's not good, but the seed is really great for preserving your other food. So you could do something where you only eat mealwood and you save the other food for like rocket missions or something. And it doesn't even matter what you cook at that point. As long as you have a powered fridge, the food is never going to rot. Or even a fridge and seal tube. Right? Like, it's so good once you get the freshener spice. Alright, I think these do end up being tiles, and then we do that insulated. Arbitrary is coming in soon. How are we on this side? Okay, so I will put the pitcher pump over here. If we want the water, I just need to make sure we could push this up. And we need to remove the water for that. You know what we could do too? We could preemptively start pumping. I would put the pump there. Let's run this with granite. I feel like naturally that makes sense, so it makes me want to kind of run it through this way. Run that. And then we can't do some of those pipes, so we will do this. We will still build out the left side, though, for the sake of it. And then we need to pull out some power. I think this is going to be fine to just run straight up. Let's dig this out. Because we know this pipe's going to go there. And then this is going to be where the reservoir is going to input as well. All that is going to get pushed out. I'm just going to want to start pumping that in storage because it might as well. It's -3. It's pretty cool. Yeah, the magma's going down. I don't know if we're pumping from here yet, but we want to. And then we're working on this side. This is going to be dormant in 27, so I guess we'll wait. This goes down. Good, good. Okay, so let's think about this. We're going to be running brine to condense. The water gets moved out. How do we want to do this? Because the problem with this is we're going to get water around 90-ish if we do a condensing strat. Right? We're going to have to. That water gets pumped up, we move it out. And then we're going to want to chill it so that we could feed arbitraries properly. Right? These are 15 to 40. So we want it somewhere around 30 degrees. Is what I'm thinking. Now running that at 30 is going to be kind of tough if it's coming in at 90. If the water is about equal, 1, 2, and this is like 1, 6, but 93% because salt content, and then you desalinate it. So it's technically a little bit lower. If this is at -10 and that's at 90, well, it's really at 110. So that's 50 degrees average, assuming equal amount. So we're gonna need a little bit of help. How do we do said little bit of help? I think there's only really one solution. Wheezeworts. How do we want to do the Wheezeworts? That's really the question at this point. How do we want to do it? And I think that is the solution as well. We gotta do the Wheezeworts. So... run the Wheezewort to chill. But I feel like I should do that after we convert it to polluted water so that we get like a proper temperature read. Because it's going to cool down a little bit in the meantime. So that probably means we could just hold this and move the water elsewhere. We could also do a little bit of pre-chilling to like the top 40% and then do it in the second. No, that's too many steps. Okay, so I'm thinking we do a chill box setup. We just do it up here. And then this is all just going to be storage space. Take the lure seed, sure. Okay, so since this is going to be storage space, tile, insulated, airflow. We probably use this as storage space too. And then 2, 3. We'll do it like this. I think I might need another one so that we end up lining up again. But at the same time, I don't really need this much. So we could do it like that. Line this up here. Run this at the bottom. And then we do every other. So we could build the bottom layer first. 2 rows of water storage with it running out as well. Should be fine. Okay. Did we make progress on the H2? They did. Autosave lag. Let's wait. Alright, let's move out the stuff. We gotta clean it up. We're gonna start pumping out the gas because we do want this to be a vacuum so the heat on the walls don't become a problem. Sweeping out the items. We'll want to sweep this area as well. Start getting in the build item steel pump. We're gonna run steel battery. And then we're gonna run Atmos sensor. Atmos sensor LED. Let's make it out of gold. Cobalt. Set that up. We know this is gonna want to be igneous, so we're gonna want that. The snake design would be the best. But we don't want to run it back towards us. And then it goes out that way, which is kind of how we want that. Yeah. Okay, we know that we're gonna need a vent line here, liquid vents. We're gonna run that out, of course. We won't run that in yet. We know that we are gonna want a ceiling here. Made from these tiles, so I guess we'll do it like that. And then that's going to be our 5 width. This is going to be a floor. We will need a tile there eventually. Let's bop the door. Bop all the background buildings. Because we will want the space. And then we're going to have to sweep everything out. Cool. Let them work. I'm going to start trimming this line. This is getting built. We could dig this out. A little bit of prep work on that side. This is still chilling. Magma's slowly getting moved. Let's do another tile. Let's go, Bonnie. Thank you, Bonnie. One more, though. We want this geyser eventually, Ryan, so you want to make sure we're clearing out the magma. The drainage is going pretty well. Can't complain. This is filled up, this is filled up. I guess we could move out that pea water. Oh, this pressurized. That's good. 132 kilograms. That's so nice. Having a lot of CO2 is a weird blessing. Such a weird blessing. To have that much CO2. Alright, I will need this weird set here. This is going to be kind of awkward, but I think we're going to need that in order to get this to be done, because we don't actually have a ladder space here. Dupes be chilling. Deodorizer be deodorizing. Alright, this side's ready. Keep digging out the tiles. Alright, we're gonna start pumping up the water. We could actually start doing that now. Gotta lower the water level here so we have an easy time. I'll probably want space for a sensor, so we'll probably make this small box. So far, so good. Alright, so I probably should start doing this. Going through the top, start clearing up the top part because we will eventually want to. We gotta be digging. Aw, crap. Might be too much to dig. These guys need to be freed. We will free them. But we basically will be using the space here, so we might as well start. While we're waiting for a lot of other stuff. Moving out items. Grabbing the pea dirt. Okay, we're gonna wrangle these guys. Wait for the autosave. We're gonna move the Sweetos inside. Same thing with the Grub Grub. We got an organic Grub Grub egg. Organic, baby. Free range. That Grub Grub's gonna be expensive. Relocate. Relocate. Oh, they're eating the sulfur. That means they're pooping everywhere. Come on, boys. We gotta move them. Two at a time. 800, decent. We will need to sweep this. I guess we could start setting this up. From this tile, we could pick up from the ground. It's not a bad thing. I guess another thing is this is not done properly. Oh, and I never finish this pipe. Yeah. And we know that goes out to here. And this is all granite. That gives them something to do. Relocate my Sweetle babies. Come on. Still doing the vac. Nice. Let's move out more items. Unfortunately, everything here has to be removed. Very sad. I wanted the toilet, man. But we're gonna have to bop it. Okay. 25, 27. Dude, no water for the blossoms. Alright, we might have to do a second cooling box. We might have to pre-chill said water. Feels bad, man. Water too hot. We're gonna have to pre-chill it somehow. Alright, so this is filling up. The only way this doesn't consume all of it is if the polluted water is getting aid from somewhere, which is likely the case. We have a lot of pea water, but we shouldn't be dumping it outside anymore. It's 70, right? These are off. We shouldn't be moving in pea waters anymore, though. Okay, this is looking clean now. While it's looking cleaner, it doesn't accomplish anything for us. We're probably just going to ignore this for a little bit. We need to sweep. We need to remove tiles so that we could build tiles. We just got to wait for this to get removed. Ooh, vacuum. Pretty fast. Oh, this is not construction. No one has demolition. D Mayor doing the job he loves. Removing toilets, man. If you guys don't know D Mayor, he's a millionaire. He owns a porta potty business. And renting a porta potty from him for the weekend cost a few $100s per unit. And they will average multiple units for any long, short-term weekend job for the construction workers. He actually makes really good money. You would never think the porta potties be like that, but they do. It's actually somehow a cash cow, dude. D-Mayor's not here, huh? Feels bad. I was hoping he heard the story. Alright, working on the pipes. Looking pretty good so far. Oh shit, he is here. Exposed, boys. Didn't even have to pay for it, he knows. Reservoirs are looking nice. Alright, we could easily build a pipeline to feed out. I do think it's going to be here, though. Alright, let them pump the waters. How was the core? Still draining. Slowly moving all that out. We're going to be doing a water storage here. We're going to hold the hot water from the cool steam vents, and then we're going to use the space up here to do the other stuff we're going to want. So, we're going to want to ladder up. Let's not do these or the ones in the abyssal line. That's going to be a pain to wait on. And then we want the dupes working. Alright, copper volcano. Lot of water. I don't think it's going to be a problem anymore, but a lot of water. $47 tons of wood. Hopefully we have enough still. I mean, we do have a lot of CO2, so it seems alright. Water's still getting moved down. We're not consuming any of the polluted water yet. Once we do that, we'll get a better idea of how much water we have extra. Hopefully we'll be able to consume everything. Should probably sweep the entrance. Oops. Okay, so now we don't have to worry about that tile. Sweep here. We're just really going to want to clear out this space. Doesn't matter if it vacuums or not, realistically. We're just going to want to use the space that's right here. We're probably not going to go all the way up either way. But yeah, none of this really matters. We have a proper ceiling. Stop the meteors from coming in. So I'm not really too worried about that. I'm surprised this is still taking that long. This is probably a really good example of having bottleneck points for gases to move will impede your pumping. Because that really is the case, man. Gas flow is slow. Okay, so it's going to be this one. We'll put the res there. Minor dig going through. Okay, so 3, 3. That's that time. And then we'll be able to continue the rest. How is the hydrogen? Okay, it's clean. Let's go. We gotta bop this. Hopefully we don't get snow. We can't get snow. We just climb down. Gotta sweep the items. Technically, I guess we could dig this out. Because it's this tile of snow that stops. Oh, it's dormant. Oh, let's go. Analyze. Dig. This is ready. Very soon, boys. Very soon. I've been kicking around an idea of making many partitions to make a small vacuum room that grows. I want to say that is doable, but it's you gotta have something you do in the vacuum, don't you? Otherwise, it becomes a void space. I gotta move out the items, analyze P9. This is technically vacuumed and ready. Oh, we just need a power line. Alright, we're gonna do that so we climb up, climb in. And then technically do that setup. So I was vacuuming out a huge room and I got tired of waiting, so I made a wall in the middle of it, another third of the way down. Ah. So you're saying are you trying to speed up the vacuum process? I could kind of follow if that's what you're trying to do. Yeah. That's exactly what the idea is. The problem is when you release too much though, and then you just end up having to re-vacuum the entire thing. But that would work out, kind of, if you like drip feed it in the beginning until it's large enough, and then after that is just making sure you're not letting in kilograms at a time, and then grams and milligrams. That is technically feasible. That is technically feasible. The only thing is that I don't know how much you would actually benefit. Because the thing with that is how the rule works. You have to be thin enough that when it gets cut in half, it rounds down. Which means it only really helps you out near the end of fully vacuuming the entire thing. Not so much during. I was stuck in the milligram phase for the longest time, so that's why I started to do different. Oh, I see. Yeah, if that's the case, yeah, that would help. If you were stuck in the milligram phase. Early on, though, you would just want more pumps. But I see you over there. Sweep out the items, build H2. Everything here is pretty much built, so we should technically try to set this up. This will be a steam turbine. Get the power in. We're just gonna need to jump start this with a little bit of power. Steel, steel, gold. Green signal if it's above 1,000. We'll just keep it on the flat set. We need to move out the item so it's not in the way. Technically speaking, this is all ready to be built because we just need to go down and analyze. Everything else here is pretty much ready. And then we just need to pull this out into the existing hydrogen line. That's not too bad. Temporarily, we will do something like this. Let's get the canister filler here. We're gonna eventually run that setup. And then we're gonna remove the filler for now. Or put it there to empty out the gases from here without really... I mean... we could just release it. It's not a real big problem. Yeah. Cool. That got finished. We're doing a ladder here. Right, gonna get all the way up. This side, that side. Easy dig. Dig all that, not the bottom one, so sand doesn't go down. We just catch it there. It's time to create some space. Okay. Creating the space that we need, the gas vacuuming out, we're not really too worried about, to be honest. MCG. I got the ball special right here. Micrograms. Never going away, though. It's been like this all day today. We actually vacuumed out another room before this was able to be done. Gen is low. 130. Going through the wood. Keeping the skimmers populated, getting more pea water. Oh, is it finally starting to release heat? Yeah, these tiles are probably getting the heat from the reservoirs. 83. Starting to leak out, I think. Soon, boys. Okay. Still pumping. Let them work. How is H2? Waiting for this. A lot of things for them to build still, it looks like. Steel needs to be moved out at some point again. I really do think I need to run a pre-chiller here somehow. It's crazy. I could have ran a second AQ and I just chose not to. Feels bad. I had the option, man. And I just said no. I've been save scumming for mutated seeds. Dude, I really wish you didn't have to do that. I'm kind of surprised we don't have a late game building that mutates seeds on demand. Because I feel like mutated seeds could be fun to play with, but they're too RNG, dude. You can't choose which mutation you get. It's at random. And then getting the seeds in and of itself is a travesty because of how hard it is to get it, and you only get one. And then even then, it's random, right? You don't know which bonus you're gonna get. This is one of those things, man. I wish it was better. I feel like more people would play with it if it was. I don't feel like making an actual farm unless I get 8 of them, and then you practically need to build a reactor to get a good rate of seeds. Yep. There's just so many problems. Like, I argued, hey man, can we get a microwave? And then the microwave logic is we put sweat corn in and then we get popcorn. And then I was like, all right, maybe scratch that. We put a seed in and it mutates it. You know, like that's fair, right? You microwave the seed, it mutates. Totally legit. And that would be the logic. I feel like that would work. Yeah, man. Now, it doesn't have to be a microwave. I'm just saying microwave because of how clay humor kind of ends up being all the time. You guys know what I'm talking about when I say clay humor, right? They have this type of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Art style slash like goofy, yeah, the art style goofy humor, yeah, corny dad joke status. And then, you know, having it be a microwave is just exactly along those lines. Like, the building doesn't even have to be called the microwave. Call it like the Zap Blaster 9000. And then it's literally that. Just mutate seeds. And then it's like, whoa, if you do that, it's going to make it too strong. It's like, just put it at the end of the research tree. Like, put it right here. After the botanical analyzer, you get the microwave Zapmaster 9000. And then that way, people who want to play with mutated seeds can get it. Higher chance if the microwave is near radiation, should emit radiation. Make it so that it requires rad bolts instead of power. This only runs once it has rad bolts. Dude, you should make it, dude, that would be the ultimate troll. Make it require a steady stream. Right? So it's like, you know how when you do rad bolt setup, this building only holds 100 bolts. Make it something jank like it could only hold 50 bolts. Yeah, so you have to use the storage building. That's exactly what I'm getting to, dude. Make it so that you're kind of forced to make the battery. No power required. You just have to have a steady stream of rad bolts. Because that way it's like you start using a lot of the buildings that just get ignored. Because realistically, when it's set up like this, you never need batteries. Right? The rad bolt storage system. And then if you're not doing anything with the rad bolt consumption, right? You're not doing rad bolt engine. You're not doing diamond press. You know, things like that. You don't really have a need for this. And it just becomes obsolete the moment you're done with research. So it's just one of those things I feel like it would be kind of sweet. You know? Would be kind of tight, man. Tight. Now, of course, it's one of those things I feel like they should have done that a long time ago. And that we're past the point of them actually doing something like that now. Like, they could try, I just don't think it's going to be the same impact. The radiation tree is weird. It is. It's very specialized. You could argue much of the game's like that, though. 30 cycles of activity. Okay. Alright, so since that tile is built, we could set this up. Steam turbine, we're going to flip this. That's going to align powers on the left side. So we go to that tile. Goes from extremely basic to reactor that requires special rocketry setup to consistently fuel, and then a special setup to manage. Yep. You could technically keep the rad bolt rocket as like slow charger, and then you run everything else. And it's like when it's, you know, George's birthday, he gets to pilot the rad bolt rocket. You know, type of situation. It's like, hey man, we finally filled it up with the Weezworts after 300 cycles. So you know what, George? We'll let you pilot it this time. Just don't get stuck like you did when you got stuck here. And then dun dun dun, away team red. Alright, we still want to build out some of these tiles. We're pumping the magmas though, so I can't really be mad. Oh. Let me get the vac, boys. For me, one time. Let me get the bleed outs. It's happening, boys. It's finally happening. We're getting the vac. It's looking good. No, can't touch this. Dude, we're looking nice right now. That's almost done. Okay, we did the ladder all the way up. So we can start trimming this. We could go to the right. Go all the way out there. Looks pretty good. We could dig that from the ledge. This is diggable. We need to go across. Go across. Go down to there. We're going to start bopping the stuff there and getting a proper platform. And then draining this is going to be fun. We do have a lot of space to drain it, so maybe it's not going to be that bad. Let's get some preemptive digging, because we'll probably want that. We'll probably get into the bottom left. Minor sweepage. Just in case. It's getting there. It's getting there. Yeah, cooling down the water is a pain. Should we do the ultimate jank design? I really shouldn't, because it's just going to create more water. It's going to be a problem, right? At the same time, maybe it helps. We have just way too much water right here, man. $34 degrees. What else can we really do? Damn. We could... Oh, man. We could say, screw this water chiller. And then just dump this salt water into an oil well. We could just do that, man. Or we bop half of the plants. So we could accumulate water and then dump the other half into the oil well. Man, it's just such a pain. Otherwise, I need a way to pre-chill the salt water. I don't know if there's an easy way we could really do that. There's nothing really to heat exchange. Everything here is going to be at the temperature it's at. And we really don't want to do too much more. Maybe we do it, hit him with the doo-doo, and then we just do the setup later elsewhere. We do have this right here that's going to be for the volcano, I guess. Get another steam turbine aqua tuner combo in the area. Do the do. That might actually end up being how we do this. Do the double AQ chiller. One of them brings it down to like 50 and then immediately leaves. Goes into here. 2-stage. That wouldn't be bad. Alright, we're gonna wait for this. Ooh, the water's down. So I wanted these tiles. Sensor. So we do it like this. Like that. Regular tiles, regular tiles. That's gonna push the water level up. Got the vac. That means this could be removed now. We have an easier time getting in to build everything. I want to get the insulator right there and start sealing this off so that we could start working on the sulfur. Keep really want to do this though. Do proper decon. Okay, this is starting to get removed pretty good. We could do that from the bottom. Alright, let's do that. Sweep that. We'll leave this ledge kind of clean if we can. And we will want to start bopping. We gotta create some space. This is a copper volcano. We know we're gonna have to deal with that. We have parts of the map to sweep. This is gonna be at 16. A little bit of sand. This water, it's still negative, man. I want to start pitcher pumping this into here, but it's gonna freeze in the pipe, so I can't do that, right? Ooh, we held enough water. Let's go. We held enough water, so we're good here. Let's go. This is nice. Alright, so I'm not really too worried about this then. We have enough water stored, even if the pipelines look kind of jank. Tower of Power is chilling. We gotta add the insulated there, push up the water level again. Alright, top half is good. I guess we still gotta wait. It was kind of on time. We got 1.5 reservoirs. Alright, I guess we'll do it. here. Boop, boop. Feed out the waters. Sweet dreams are made of this. We got the water being warm, boys. Y'all ever get the sweet dreams when you guys pee your pants and sleep in it? Not knowing you peed your pants because you had a dream about peeing, but you had your pants on in bed, so you peed your pants. But you thought you didn't pee your pants because you were dreaming that you were just peeing in the toilet. That's apparently a thing, man. People get a dream that they're peeing while dreaming, and then they realize they're peeing in real life. Now, apparently, there's a thing too where if you put someone's hand in warm water while they're sleeping, it simulates that same feeling and they pee their pants. Dude, legit, did this happen to you? I wake up when I get those dreams. Yeah, it's a panic dream, dude. The different type of panic. It's adult shame. Can't believe I peed my pants and I'm a grown-ass man. So what happened was that when I was young, when I was 7 years old, I was in elementary. And what happened was that I met someone at the campus and we became friends. Turns out he lives like across the street. So, you know, we're kids. This is pre-phone. Internet was literally just getting discovered. And we was totally not playing Pokemon Silver on a Japanese ROM that we couldn't read, but we're still playing because it's Pokemon. Totally not doing that. So one of the days while we was totally not playing Pokemon, what happened was that he had an older brother. And he was like, hey man, let's go get some hot water. I was like, what? He's like, yeah man, put it in the bowl. I'm like, all right. So we went to the kitchen, turned the faucet on hot. We waited for it to warm up, and then we put it in a bowl. We then went to his brother's room, and then he lifted his hand while I was holding the bowl. And then he put his hand inside. Immediately when that happened, we were like, you know, kids, so we were kind of like anxious, like, oh my god, I can't believe we're doing this. So what ends up happening is that he moves, I panic, I drop the bowl. It spills on the bed. And then we both run out. We go back to the room later while he's, you know, trying to figure out what's going on. And we see 2 spots on the bed. One of them because I spilled the water. The second one is because we assumed he peed his pants. So to this day, we believe that's how it would be done. The warm water strats. And that's how we found out about the warm water while sleeping. Now, does it actually work? Hey man, you guys gotta tell me. I want to believe that it does, but at the same time, I might be wrong. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. But yeah, man, that's how we found out. Ceiling collapse would be good, right? We're doing some digging. I think Family Guy had an episode where they did something like that. No way, really? That was a real story, dude, in the childhood. I didn't know Family Guy stole that from us. What the hell? Who did they do it on? Who did it and who did they do it on? Was it Meg? Feels bad. It's always Meg, dude. Did do it? Did Brian do it to Stewie? That would make the most sense. They had this phase where they were like pranking each other hard. And then Stewie, because it feels like it's so ironic because he's a baby. Oh, wow. Damn. What a way to do it, man. I did not expect that. Oh, are we in? Alright, don't get stuck inside. Analysis complete. Finish full seal. Sensors are in. Pipeline is in. This is a vac. Alright, so the problem with this is we can't run this until this erupts, because there's no hydrogen inside. It's going to overheat the battery in the vacuum. But this is otherwise done. This part is probably the worst part. I have to put exact amounts. Alright, we gotta do a little bit of math. 3, 4, 3. That's 10 tiles. Each tile is gonna be 2 kgs. That's 20 kgs. We have 6 tiles here. We add another 12, because it's 6 times 2. That's 32 kgs. And I think that should be good. That's going to be our sweet spot. You is building. Bottom. Okay. You is coming in with the water. 200 kgs. Okay. So we want to be at 1x speed. All right. It's in. 200. 10. 16. 20. That's gonna be in the pipeline, and then 24. It's these two. 32. That should be good, right? And I think I'm good. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit of a verification check on the side. This is double. Oh, we also ran it through the tile because of how we were worried. The weird boiling strat. We could run this. Here, here, here. Boop, 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 boop. Extra 8 kgs. So we go down to 60. And we're good. Let's remove this. Hopefully this is not going to freeze on me. And then this is clean. We seal this up. Peter got caught. Asked what his name was. Made up a name. Petar. And then Griffin flew in. Oh my god. Classic Peter Griffin, dude. That's exactly the classic. All right, this is almost done. We're gonna do some extra steps just to guarantee that we don't bop the bees. Contrary to popular belief, we don't want the bees to be hurt. No bees were hurt in this build of the hydrogen. We had 3 bees die of old age, and that's totally natural. Not my fault. So, this was, good times. Let's move the ladder to here. Alright, so this is pretty much done. The only thing I may want is extra wire on the side to jumpstart the build. Which we could do after we build that. Like, that's all we really need. We're going to remove these tiles and go down, and we're going to create a wall here. Well, we're just going to try to dig this so that we get a vacuum. If we need to, we'll wait till we get the seal here and then pump it out again. Maybe. The pump's not even there anymore. The insulated 3 kgs. Yeah, we put the high pressure. Why the wall? Okay, so what we're gonna be doing is the steam turbine has a fixed temperature output, and no matter how hot the steam, it always comes out at 95. That water is gonna output on this tile. This tile is gonna come in contact with the hydrogen before everything else. This is going to be what we use to stabilize the temperature in the area. That's why this is lower than everything else. Instead of having a flat bar, that little divot means that this tile is separate from these tiles. So it's going to be the coolest one. And then that means too, the steam is going to go up and then go left. So that means hottest tile on the left, coolest tile on the right. If we don't have these tiles there, this is going to eventually warm up any hydrogen in the vicinity, in this area. So this forces a U-shaped path without having the heat leak through. That's because this generates 500 Celsius worth of, or hot temperature, 500 Celsius of hydrogen. And we need to cool that down. While the steam is able to absorb a lot of it, not only are we going to pump it out, we're going to run that cooled hydrogen back on the hydrogen itself, so that it doesn't get too hot. That being said, the steam turbine is going to get way more than enough heat to power this gas pump. Yeah, steel doesn't handle 500. This build, though, if done properly with the exact amount of water, self-sustain, and you should be able to use gold. You don't even need steel. Right? Because this is what it ends up looking like. You can see it plateaus around 123. And then the pump is at like 122. This is my too legit patented design. I had a goal of doing a hydrogen vent tamer without using steel. And this was it. You do need plastic though, so it's kind of counterintuitive because you do get steel and plastic around the same time. So if you have plastic, you probably have steel. And it's gas pump. That's only 50 steel, so it's not even that bad. But yeah, while it's running, the gas pump doesn't get too hot. Turbine turns on. This jumps up to like, oop, 125, 126. Okay, that's kind of bad. That's probably because I have, I think, 4 grams too little of water in here. Because this tile being a vacuum is not supposed to happen. Which means the heat gets to move over to the right hotter. Because I don't have steam on that tile. So I messed up a little bit of the liquid balance. Once you do get the liquid balance though, and that's dependent on how long your pipeline is, it's going to allow you to effectively have a no steel setup. Really nice. But you know, I'm using steel just in case. You never know, man. Oh, come on, dude. Hurry up. This polluted oxygen. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Still pumping. Still digging. Alright, so we can start doing this. We're only gonna do that because someone might get stuck. Classic dupes. This is getting done. Boop, 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 boop. Clear out some space. Come on, you guys. Y'all could have dug that. Y'all could have done do the dig. But you didn't. Hey, what are you doing? Here we go. Look at that. Being dramatic. No, it's not that bad. Okay. Get the fire pole here. Unreachable. So we probably have to stand on the center. Okay. Dig that down. Try to do that one next. Nice. Ooh, look at pay. And then this is cleared up. Nice. Autosave lag. Let them work. Dupes are idle. You know what we doing? We sweeping, baby. Gotta make sure they not lazy like this. Do the digs. Let's go up to here. Remove that tile. We have a ladder there. A little bit of CO2 pumpage. Moving out magma. This is going to be a specific task. I guess we could do this now. We're going to do buildings and not pipes. Here and then here. Yeah. I guess I should have made this insulated because we do want the top of the box to be on an insulated box so it looks better. It's just going to be its own separate box on the side. Sweep out some items. Bonbons. Let's go. Alright, did we do the hydrogen thing? I have to sweep out the mafic right there. Alright, I want to get the seal here first and have this be complete. This room is cold all the time. Damn, that's like the shadows. That drip, dude. Splash. I saw this cool trick where you could build outside the rock, melting the walls. I think it's easier if you water pressure damage it. I believe that's the better strat. Melting steel takes forever. I know what you're talking about. It's just a lot easier just to do it other ways instead of melting it. Literally, you know, pressure damage, break the walls. Unless that's like not possible anymore because there was a patch, I feel like that would be always easier. But yeah, the problem with doing that is you gotta make sure, man, your rocket that you want is gonna be like that forever. Because it's like, you better have a good engine on that. But yeah, it's a lot of work. It's cool though to do. I just don't think it's a feasible, proper strategy. Just because of how it's like, it takes you a long time to get it set up. And then the moment it's like, you'll take more time setting up, melting the rocket, building the drywall, setting up what you're going to want inside, planning out the layout, than you would actually using it. Like, you would take a longer time to build and set up the interior than you would actually use it in practice. That's the thing with that. But it's like, it's still possible to do, and I guess it's pretty cool. So it's like, in that regard, you get cool points. Gold star, baby. Mom asked me what I did today. I got a gold star. I melted the rocket ship and lived inside of it. And she's gonna go, cool, honey. That sounds like you deserve the gold star. I'm like, yep, I know I did. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. That was, I think that was from Dexter's lab. Dexter's super thick mom was asking what he was doing. And I'm not gonna lie, man, the artists knew what they were doing. They would have a scene where she's cleaning the house and she would balance a plate on her butt. Like, she had the wagon, you know what I'm saying? And she had a plate balanced on the back. They knew what they were doing, man. They really did. She had that carriage, man. Dexter's lab. Oh, the mud fell down and buried all the objects that we were gonna sweep. Alright, it's looking alright. People of chat, I think this is gonna be a great time for us to wrap things up for the night. It's getting good. I might want to open this up so the hydrant gets to leave, but it's like, I don't want to bop the vacuum. We don't really care for it, though. We just vent it out this way, too. We're going to get our pepper nuts on soon, and then our water geyser. We're going to start consuming the pea waters, and hopefully we'll be able to handle that. Hopefully the CO2 is going to be okay. We're going to be growing some trees to keep up with the CO2 consumption. We're going to do even more CO2 here, because we're going to get this water. Pump it. Cool down this water, filter this water, take both of the waters, do a new carbon skipper setup like this, and then get pea water, then chill set pea water, and then feed it to arbitrary so that we get more CO2. In the meantime, we're gonna have to live off of the wood that we're growing off of here. We don't need a lot though, we're just burning wood for CO2 gas. So it's gonna be all right. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You gotta make sure to get the seal. And then the hydrogen, once this is active, I have to make sure we check on this. Because I think we need a jump start because the water is going to be too cold. So we're going to pressurize before we will actually be able to be self-sufficient. The water needs to be closer to 100 before this could just work by itself. Outside of that, we got another volcano. We'll probably tackle this immediately next time. We did a little bit of steam filling up here with the ice. It's still pretty hot, man. I'm impressed. But we're going to start digging through this area just because I feel like it makes a lot of sense to do that. And maybe we start doing a dig here. Wouldn't be bad. We have glass here. Iridium, finally start using that. But yeah, a lot of steam. We have a lot of ice though, so it's not really a, problem at all. But guys, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoy today's stream. It is gonna be time for me to wrap things up for the night. Y'all know what it is. Shout out to y'all people of chat. Let's do some gamba. 2 blueprints feels bad. Only 2. Oh, and I got gloves. And socks. Oh, it was a bad day. Today was a bad day. Let's get that saving.